Can I recite the pledge now?
Go ahead.
One second.
I'll let you know when you're ready. Okay.
Go ahead.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today is Monday, February 1st, 2021. Commissioners Court is meeting in regular open session. This morning, we're joined by ASL interpreters Selena Salom and Tamara Gastelum. Would you please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by the Texas Pledge of Allegiance, done today by third grader from Cactus Trails Elementary School, Alexander Garcia. Following that, we will have an invocation from Rabbi Levi Greenberg.
Yes, I just wanted to introduce everyone to Alexander Garcia, who is a third grader at Cactus Trails Elementary, and to thank him for being here with us today and leading us in the pledge and in the Texas Pledge.
Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now the Texas. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Thank you for having me.
And
Thank you
thank
so
you,
much,
Alexander. It was really nice, Alexander. Thank you for being with us. That was really cool. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Bye.
Rabbi?
Sovereign of the world, look favorably upon our elected officials who serve our county with such dedication and bestow upon them the joy of life, good health, and prosperity. Bless these people who have been chosen to make laws and decisions for the citizens of our city with wisdom and understanding in their noble pursuit of justice and equality. Grant your blessings upon our region. The world is in need of much healing in so many ways. We are devastated by a deadly virus, and we pray for those who are ill and in need of healing, those who have lost loved ones and are in need of consolation, those who have lost their source of income and are in need of financial assistance, and for all of us who are in need of much-needed reassurance and stability at a time which seems so challenging and uncertain. The Jewish world is currently studying the chapters of the Bible focused on the story of the revelation at Sinai and the Ten Commandments. Just 50 days after the Israelites had been redeemed from Egyptian slavery, they stood at the mountain of Sinai to commit themselves to a life of service and spiritual elevation. It was a long-anticipated moment when mundane mortals, untrained in the intricacies of prophecy, would merit to hear direct divine communication. When the awesome experience finally happened, they heard commands that were lofty and sublime as the foundations of monotheistic doctrine, as well as commandments that were so simple, self-explanatory, and mundane as not to murder or steal. This unusual combination teaches us that belief in God cannot be wholesome and true if it does not reflect in proper moral and ethical behavior in the real world. And on the other hand, true morals and ethics must be dictated by a higher and greater power than ourselves. They must be infused with the awareness of our Creator. Please, God, give strength to our elected officials to be cognizant of your presence and conduct their deliberations accordingly. Grant them the ability to turn adversity into opportunity and to transform the hard challenges we face today into the seeds from which will sprout the growth of tomorrow. May our borderland region serve as a beacon of light, strength, and moral courage as we do our part in preparing the world for an era of global peace and tranquility, may this occur speedily in our times. And let us say, Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Rabbi Greenberg. It's always such a pleasure. Thank you and your father, great man as well, for everything the Jewish community does for our region. So thank you for being with us today, Rabbi Greenberg.
It is my pleasure, and thank you for your leadership and your friendship.
Thank you. Caesar?
Thank you, sir. Item number 4 is the consent agenda composed of items 4A through 4K. Are there any items that members of the court or the public would like to pull for individual discussion?
Commissioners?
Judge, I have one.
Yes, sir. Commissioner Leon?
Yes, if we can pull 4I, Caesar.
Yes, sir. 4I for
4I.
Commissioner Leon.
Okay, thank you.
Sir. Are there any others?
Commissioners? There are none.
Motion to approve the rest?
Second?
Commissioner Holguin?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 5A, resolutions. Approve and adopt a resolution recognizing February 2021 as Teen Dating Violence Prevention Month in El Paso County, Texas.
Commissioner?
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. Thank you very much. I have the privilege of reading this resolution into the record. I know that I believe we have some folks on the line to make comments afterward. We have Sandra Nevarez Garcia, who's the Executive Director of the Center Against Sexual and Family Violence, and then Dr. Elizabeth Richson, who's an advisory board chair at Jennifer Ann's group. So I will go ahead and read the resolution, and then we can hear from these two women. So whereas dating violence is a crime that violates an individual's privacy and dignity, security, and humanity due to systematic abuse to gain control over a dating partner, regardless of gender identity, race, ethnicity, sexual orientation, religious, or socioeconomic standing. And whereas 1 in 3 young people will experience dating violence and have been exposed to either physical, emotional, sexual, digital, and/or economic abuse, while 1 in 10 high school students has been purposefully hit, slapped, or physically hurt by a boyfriend or girlfriend. And whereas 43% of college women and 28% of college men report experiencing either abuse or controlling behaviors in a dating relationship. And whereas 57% of teens and young people waited over 6 months before getting help regarding their abusive relationship. And whereas over half of adult women and men who have been physically or sexually abused or stalked by a dating partner first experienced the abuse between the ages of 11 through 24. And whereas the impact of dating violence is wide-ranging, young people victimized by a dating partner are more likely to use drugs and alcohol, are at greater risk of suicide, and are much more likely to carry patterns of abuse into future relationships, and the experience may disrupt normal development of self-esteem. And whereas by providing young people with education about healthy relationships and relationship skills, and by changing attitudes that support violence, we recognize that dating violence can be prevented. And whereas Jennifer Ann's group and the Center Against Sexual and Family Violence, in partnership with area school districts, raise community awareness and provide innovative resources for distance learning use by teachers, counselors, school staff, and parents so that they may be better informed about dating violence. And whereas the establishment of Teen Dating Violence Awareness Month will benefit young people, their families, schools, and the El Paso community, because everyone has the right to a safe and healthy relationship and to be free from abuse. And now, therefore, be it resolved by the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court that February 2021 be recognized as Teen Dating Violence Awareness Month, and urge all residents to work toward ending dating violence by empowering young people to develop healthier relationships, assisting victims in assessing and accessing the information and supportive services they need, creating better and more resources for young people in need, instituting effective intervention and prevention policies in schools, and engaging in discussions with family members and peers to promote awareness and prevention of the quiet epidemic of teen dating violence. Signed this first day of February 2021.
Is there a second to the motion?
Second. Second.
Commissioner Holguin.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Judge and Commissioner. So I know that we have these amazing women on the line to speak with us. So we can start with Sandra Nevares Garcia, please.
Ms. Garcia, go
Good morning, Commissioners, and good morning, Judge Samaniego. My name is Sandra Garcia. I'm the Executive Director for the Center Against Sexual and Family Violence, and it's a pleasure being here with you all this morning. Teen Dating Awareness Month, Prevention Month is really important to us, as you know, from all the statistics that you all just read through your resolution, but also the focus that the center puts on this particular circumstance with all our teens throughout the El Paso, Hudspeth, and Culberson counties that we serve. The center provides 3 major areas in terms of assistance for our teen population in our community. We have our primary prevention and prevention program through primarily our feeder pattern in Andrus, but is also branched out to Canotillo and Austin High School, working on just even before we get into those abusive relationships, hopefully planting the seed and learning how to be able to identify and really work and demand healthy relationships for each other as individuals. We also have an outreach team that goes out and provides one-time presentations to youth throughout our community, both in middle and high schools, talking about risky trends, dating violence, no means no, and really just putting the bug in their ear in terms of these are things that are happening that you're experiencing, and we want to make sure that you're there, that you know that we're there to provide services if you so need them, and who you can reach out to in your community or in your school system that would be able to connect you to us if needed. Finally, we do have an what we call our teen advocate that provides services specifically to teens throughout El Paso at all high schools. And she works closely with the different high school counselors to try to identify individuals who are in fact dealing with domestic violence currently through their dating partners, and be able to provide resources and provide them with direction in terms of what options they have, both legally and even just for emotional support and guidance through that process. This also branches out to the individuals that we serve through our 24-hour hospital accompaniment response team. And so we have the duty of providing support to all individuals who are affected by sexual assault at our hospitals. And the teens go directly, particularly to this individual on our staff, and she works with them in terms of the family, the teen, to be able to provide support and help them work through that process that they've unfortunately had to experience. So with that, I hope that provides a little bit of background on the services and the depth of services that we provide, aside from our emergency shelter that has a very robust children's program, and currently has actually become a virtual school, obviously due to the pandemic. Again, we're honored to be here. We hope that you and your families are doing well, and I wish you the best week.
Thank you, Ms. Garcia.
Thank you, Ms. Garcia, and thank you for all the amazing work that you and your organization do in the community, not just in this area, but in so many other ways that you help folks that are most in need. And so, you know, I can't wait to go visit you all again. I know it's been a while, but I'm glad to be able to do this with you. Ms. Richardson, can we hear from you now? Thank you very much.
You're muted, Doctor. You're muted.
Still can't, I still cannot hear Dr. Richardson.
You want to click on the microphone icon? Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Yes,
I'm so
there
sorry.
you go.
Yeah,
Thank you,
you
Doctor.
muted me. I didn't know that I had to unmute. Okay. Yes, this is Dr. Elizabeth Richardson. I am a private practice medical psychologist here in El Paso, and I'm the chair of the advisory board for Jennifer Ann's group. In 2006, as a result of a profound family tragedy, my son Drew Crescenti founded Jennifer Ann's group in an effort to prevent other families from experiencing a tragedy such as ours. Drew, who has a law degree, graduated first from UTEP, and Jennifer attended UTEP daycare while he was finishing his degree. So you can see the important connection that Jennifer Ann's group has with this community. Although Jennifer Ann's group has become internationally well known, and we're able to reach out via the internet through countries all over. And it's been really remarkable to have that inclusion and that opportunity to help so many. We're especially excited, though, about our link here and our roots here in El Paso, Texas, and how much we can reach out here, especially because of my presence. So I certainly do a lot of work with all of the school districts here, and we have a lot of opportunities to work with schools from middle school through college, because we have so many resources that are available for all of those age groups, and certainly for parents and for anyone who wants to use our resources. Jennifer Ann's group would like to thank Commissioner Stout, along with Commissioners Leon, Perez, Ogin, and Robinson, and the El Paso County Judge Ricardo Samaniego for supporting this crucially important resolution. It's only with resolutions such as these that we're able to shine a critically important spotlight on the issue of teen dating violence in order to ensure increased awareness to best confront this long-standing public health issue while contending with ongoing pandemic in El Paso and beyond. We continue to commit our efforts to partner with school districts, public health organizations, and the community at large through staff trainings, student presentations, and a variety of free resources. Our resources include our innovative, evidence-based, pro-social video games available to parents, teachers, and students via our website. And these video games are age-appropriate beginning in middle school through college and even beyond. We look forward to the collaborative efforts with the Center Against Family Violence as we team up to combat the pervasive and dangerous public health issues of teen dating violence. And we thank you again for this resolution and this opportunity today.
Well, Doctor, thank you so much. The combination of your passion and, just your experience with the whole situation, but I guess there's never been a better advocate, and I've had the opportunity not only here at Commissioner's Court, but throughout the community. And it's so important. And Ms. Garcia, the partnership is amazing. With my background in mental health, I can tell you how difficult it is to deal with someone that has been in a situation but did not have the awareness, both not only the victim but the perpetrator. Not really understanding. And so to me, this prevention of awareness, I'm a biggest advocate, I can tell you about awareness, is so powerful because it gets you to understand a situation that you're not aware of. You get into it, it's really difficult to reverse, as much as it's better to prevent than trying to figure out what happened. And so this awareness is very, very important. I can just imagine, and I'm sure you feel so proud of the number of individuals that you prevented from going into that very difficult situation, the families, the impact it has on families, the impact it has on the psychology of that relationship and relationships in the future. I mean, it really, if you prevent that bad situation, relationships can be better. It's really difficult to move forward in relationships that have gone through such difficult situations like this, as you well know, and the experiences that you've had. So once again, I want to thank Commissioner Stout for bringing this resolution. I think it's so important for our teenagers. Teenagers We need to do so much more for them in the area of social development and emotional development. And this is one big factor that I think is going to be very important here in our community. So thank you both for being here today. And thank you, Commissioner Stout, for the resolution.
Thank you, Judge, and thank you once again, ladies. Thank you, Doctor, to you and your son for taking the tragedy that hit your family and turning it into this amazing advocacy effort, this amazing educational effort, and really changing the lives of so many others. It's great to have you here. Thank you so much for your help with this resolution.
Thank you. You have a wonderful week, both of you. Thank you. Caesar?
Thank you, sir. Item number 5B. Approve and adopt a resolution recognizing the month of February 2021 as Black History Month in El Paso County, Texas.
Good morning, Jessica Dominguez. I'll be reading in the resolution today on behalf of Commissioner Robinson. Whereas Black History Month was established to celebrate and recognize the achievements, contributions, and sacrifices of African Americans throughout U.S. history. And whereas the County of El Paso is home to over 22,000 African Americans currently, and throughout history, many have played significant roles in the country's economic, cultural, spiritual, and political development while working tirelessly to maintain and promote their culture and history. And whereas in honor of Black History Month, El Paso Community College Diversity and Inclusion Programs will hold activities under the theme of the Black family, representation, identity, and diversity to include on February 17th, Black History Month celebration, EPAA art exhibit, and on February 25th, Black History Month panel discussion. And whereas it remains to be our responsibility as citizens to address the inequalities and injustices that still linger, and we must secure our birthright freedoms for all. Now, therefore, be it resolved by El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court that the month of February be recognized and celebrated as Black History Month in El Paso County. Signed this first day of February 2021.
Vote to approve.
Second.
Judge,
Go ahead, Commissioner Robinson.
Jessica, thank you for reading that resolution for us. Black History Month is very significant, not only in El Paso, but across the nation. But locally in El Paso, there's a lot of significant contributions that have been made by African Americans in this community. You talk about sports. Nolan Richardson is one significant individual in sports. The 1966 UTEP, the Texas Western basketball team, who won the national championship. We have individuals who are in education, sports, business. Renard Johnson and the Johnson family for METI. There's a multitude of individuals who have made significant contributions throughout politics, individuals involved in politics. I've been one of those. But I just want to say that Black History Month is for not only for African Americans, it's for all our community, people in the community. I want to make sure that we recognize that because of the pandemic, there's a lot of activity that we not be able to do. For example, we normally have a parade every year. We have a social function, a multitude activity, a Miss Black El Paso pageant, and many more. But because of the pandemic, we're not able to do those things. But still, we want to recognize the fact that Black History Month is in February, and we will still recognize Black History Month throughout our community.
Thank you, Commissioner.
As well as community college, make sure we don't recognize and forget the fact that community college plays a significant contribution in Black History Month activities. I might want to make sure that I believe someone from community college is online to speak on it.
Thank you. Miguel, you have someone online?
Yeah, we're going to take the vote, Cesar.
Sure. Commissioner Holguin?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Here, somebody here from EPCC here on the Teams meeting.
Yes, sir. Yes. Thank you very much for, I'm Olga Chavez, Director of the Diversity and Inclusion Program at the El Paso Community College. I thank you once again for having us with you today and providing this important resolution. Diversity and inclusion stays in the forefront, is very important in everyday life to everyone, locally, personally, state and nationally, and we continue that effort in our programs. I think thank you, Commissioner Robinson, for reading that resolution. I think he has kind of said that, what is happening in a nutshell, but I just want to emphasize a little bit more if I can. The title again is Black Family Representation, Identity, and Diversity. We continue to work virtually. Our programs, Black History has always been a big event at our institution, and we want it to continue to be, so we are continuing it virtually. Sometimes it's a little different, but we want to still continue it, and it's been successful in our other events. I want to thank very much, although they are not with me in speaking, our Black History Committee, Alexis Anderson, Curtis Smith, Antonio Rodarte, Shanique Torrance, Monica Tucker, Lee Vasquez, and Chloe King. Because of our community and people within the college, we have been able to develop this program. Our first activity will be February 17th, and we are having, it'll be at noon to 1:30, and later you'll be able to see it at on YouTube. Our MC for this event will be Nicole Gomez from KVIA. We will continue by having a variety of entertainment and speakers and pastors. Pastor Melissa Miller will be introducing and giving our prayer, and we will continue on with our speakers such as Eric Emko, our keynote speaker, Jeremy Edmondson. Mr. Edmondson is, he came from Seattle, Washington with his music talent. He got his bachelor's and master's at New Mexico State, and now he's currently working with us at the University of New Mexico, Jefferson High School, and Silva Magnet. He will be our keynote speaker. We have Dietrich Wright, a singer. We have Abernie Merriweather, a singer, and Jerry Collins also. I want to mention that it is very important that we highlight individuals such as the people that Commissioner Robinson mentioned. So we are going to have a video collage of different representation of people, both historical and present, that have made a difference in the African American community, and of course, El Paso, and throughout the nation. So with that being said, our second one will be February 25th, and it will be a panel in which more discussion will happen and evolve around the title itself. And we will have various speakers and moderated by Shanique Torrance, that we will have a great panel to have further discussion within our community college. I want to thank each of you commissioners, again, Commissioner Robinson, for reading, for presenting it to us today. And I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart, because every time we have an event, you have never failed to give us a resolution recognizing our efforts and recognizing our hard work. So thank you so much, commissioners and Judge Samaniego, for your efforts. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you. Thank you. Commissioner Robinson is always no better advocate, and you're absolutely right, Mrs. Chavez, that if Commissioner Robinson is in the middle of any activity, it's going to enhance it tremendously. So we always thank him for that. The same thing that he does for our veterans, he does for African American Month and any other, whether it's Hispanic Month, it doesn't matter. He's quite an advocate. I want to thank you also in community college, because somehow, some way, things really begin to happen. And I know all the challenges that we have with the pandemic, but El Paso Community College has been sort of like our source of for us understanding diversity, or the source of being able to encourage and educate on diversity and all the other things that come with that. And so we thank you so much, Mrs. Chavez, and everything that you've done, and Community College. It's just been a great partnership between El Paso Community College and the County of El Paso. So always a pleasure to work on these items. And of course, no better time than right now with African American Month, and some of the things, the inequalities that have happened in our community have been highlighted because of the pandemic. And we have a lot of work to do to be able to work and address a lot of those inequities. But I'm sure, this month will be an opportunity. And also want to thank Nolan Richardson, a great friend of myself and the family. He just continues to give El Paso such a great image as he, the things that he's accomplished here in El Paso, and so many others that have done the same. So once again, Mrs. Chavez, thank you for being here today. Commissioner Robinson, a great resolution as always, and thank you for your advocacy for this very special month.
Thank you very much. Please stay safe.
Yes, just a second. I'd like to go back to Commissioner Robinson, please.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Chavez, thank you very much for everything you do. One last comment, Judge. You say El Paso Community College is the best place to start.
Yes.
Follow the motto.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And I think they're saying now, and finish.
There you go.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
you, Mrs. Chavez. Talk to you soon. Thank you. Okay, Caesar.
Item number 5C, approve and adopt a resolution declaring the month of February 2021 as El Paso Children's Hospital Month in El Paso County, Texas.
Well, it's my privilege and honor. This is one that, just sort of brings so much spirit to me and to others as to some of the accomplishments and some of the things that happen, and the many things that don't happen because we have the Children's Hospital. So I'm very, very honored to read the resolution into the record. So, whereas when the El Paso Children's Hospital first opened its doors in 2012, it quickly became a landmark event for El Paso and the surrounding communities as the first not-for-profit freestanding children's hospital. Over the past 9 years, El Paso Children's Hospital has become rooted in the community, changing children's health care for the better. And whereas over the past 9 years, El Paso Children's Hospital has created a healing environment for the pediatric population. The year 2020 was a year that challenged everyone, but the physicians, nurses, and staff showed superhuman strength with their dedication and spirit to caregiving. Whereas despite navigating through this time, many of the hospital's priorities came to fruition as they recruited several physicians, purchased new equipment, and continued to build programs that allow the children of El Paso to stay home to receive their treatment. And whereas the only not-for-profit dedicated children's hospital in a 350-mile radius, they continue to stand ready to provide the safe, quality care needed for the pediatric population. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court do hereby declare the month of February 2021 as El Paso Children's Hospital Month, signed this first day of February 2021.
Second.
Commissioner Holguin.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you so much. And people might not be aware, but the support that Cindy and her team, not only to Children's Hospital, but the support they gave to UMC during the pandemic is unbelievable. So besides all the other things that take place, they played a huge supporting role, direct and indirect, to UMC. So thank you. So I'd like to start off with our CEO, Cindy Stout. Could you go ahead?
Good morning, Judge. Good morning, Commissioners. It's good to see you all on this bright February 1 Monday morning. Thank you to each of you all for sponsoring this resolution today. I also want to thank those logged on from home or from work that have been able to be with us on this journey. You know, I talk with individuals about how important this hospital is to the community of El Paso. This hospital was created by El Pasoans, for El Pasoans and the surrounding community, so that way we can keep our children right here at home to receive the level of care that they need versus having to travel out of town. One of the remarkable things since our hospital is turning 9 years old on Valentine's Day shortly in the next couple of weeks is really looking back about the evolution of the hospital. There have been many challenges that we've had to face and to navigate through, most recently through the COVID-19 pandemic, as Judge Samaniego mentioned. And what we've realized is that the image of a superhero is much different than that of years past. And we recognize this superhuman strength that has been shown to us by the dedication and the spirit of all of our healthcare heroes. And so I'm very proud of the team members of our own hospital, as well as all of the other healthcare systems throughout the county and the work that they've done to take care of the citizens of El Paso. And despite navigating through this time, many of our hospital's strategic priorities have continued on and have come to fruition. We've been able to recruit a number of new physicians into our community where we didn't always have those specific specialties for our children to be here. Pediatric neurosurgeons, another pediatric pulmonologist, another pediatric surgeon, just to name a few. And what I like to tell people is the impact that the hospital is really having on our community. We've been able to decrease the number of children leaving our community for care by 85%. I'm a mom. My children have grown up here in El Paso. They were all born here. El Paso has always been my home. And so that's important for us to recognize that we're a large enough community with a great small town feel, but we also are very good about taking care of one another. And our El Paso Children's Hospital is affording us that opportunity to do that. So we look forward to 2021. Judge, I'd like to ask Ashley, the mom of one of our amazing patients, Breck, to share a few words with everyone.
Absolutely. Ashley? Go ahead, Ashley.
Hello. Hi, thank you so much for having me. My son Breck was born May of 2019. He was born with isolated Pierre-Robin sequence, which is a rare condition, and this was not known to us prior to his delivery, so there was no preparation or planning in advance. Luckily for us, Dr. Yates had made contact with us the day after he was born. This proved not only to be informative and comforting, but it was also life-saving for Breck at a time of confusion and uncertainty. He's had 3 surgeries with El Paso Children's Hospital. One was at 5 weeks old, where he had a jaw distraction device placed. One was done at 3 months old to have the device removed. And the last one was at 13 months old, where he had his cleft palate repaired. All these surgeries performed by Dr. Yates at El Paso Children's Hospital. The primary thing that I would like to highlight from our experience with Breck and his condition is our infinite gratitude to El Paso Children's Hospital and their commitment to providing access to these specialty doctors and like the craniofacial clinic team to our city. The importance of the readily accessible services cannot be understated, and I believe it made all the difference in Breck's survival. I would like to also add that every point of care, from admissions to the ICU nurses, everyone gave Breck and our family unsurpassed care and compassion. Lastly, I just wanted to share, we had the unique experience of commuting 3.5 hours from an outlier city of New Mexico for one of Breck's surgeries. As someone who was born and raised in El Paso, I know the heart of El Paso prides itself on inclusivity, access, community. So we really got to see how El Paso Children's Hospital and Dr. Gates also shares in that dedication by serving other communities within the Southwest region. With these medical services in El Paso, in the close proximity to New Mexico, you're also able to provide to these other communities these services that they would otherwise have to go thousands of miles to receive these life-saving services. So we're grateful for El Paso Children's Hospital and their commitment to these specialty services that we wouldn't have otherwise.
Ashley, thank you so much. Thank you for your courage. Thank you for sharing such a beautiful story and letting us know a little bit about Breck and the situation. Thank you for the kudos to his Dr. Gates that supported that, and the many doctors that get involved, and Cindy's team, every individual, including Estela Casas is probably somewhere, some way involved in somehow, and she's also quite an advocate for the Children's Hospital. So we thank you for your story. We thank you for sharing that, because it's something we're very proud of. You know, we're proud of this hospital. We're proud of the partnership that it forms. So once again, thank you for being here. It's a pleasure to have this resolution and also your encouragement of what the hospital can do now and will do much better and greater things as we move forward. Cindy, thank you so much as well. And please pass that on to all your team.
Thank you, I will.
Thank you. Both of you have a great week. Thank you. Caesar?
Item number 6 is public comment. At this time, Judge, we don't have anybody signed up to speak. Mr. Mendez, is there anybody that you might have that I missed?
We have not received anybody for the general public comment.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We'll take no action on item number 6, public comment. And let's move on to item number 12 from County Administration. Discuss and take appropriate action regarding El Paso County's preparation and response for COVID-19.
Thank you, Caesar. And I'll just start off very quickly by saying that right now, I guess there's nothing more important than the distribution of the vaccine, and working extremely hard with the city, with as much as we can with UMC. And, you know, we have a great partnership with Jacob, and he's taken a tremendous lead. And I think it was, you know, we've worked with the Commissioner Garcia, very active, participated in one of her sort of town hall and trying to get information. I encouraged wholeheartedly that we begin to look at best practices, because if Texas does good, we'll do good. And if, you know, the community will do good. So really pushing hard. I've asked, you know, our community, I know it's really difficult to ask for any patience, but we're working as hard as we can. One of the things that was very clear from Commissioner Garcia is that if we're capable of showing capacity and that we're capable of being able to show our logistics abilities, the more likely that we're going to have more volume than other communities. So I took that to heart, and really working, you know, that's got to be the most important thing that we could do, is show our capacity. I want to thank Brian Kennedy and his logistics. And one of the things I shared with other county judges is that if you combine a logistics expert with a healthcare workers and that combination, we were able to do the numbers at one time, even 2,200 in one day in one location, which was very astounding for anybody here in all of Texas. So we're not there yet. We're looking really, I think one of the things we've talked about, one of the possible resolutions is having a central scheduling place that identifies everyone that has the vaccine. So if they call to the central place, they can identify, it could be a CVS, or it could be Walgreens, or it could be San Vicente. It could be, right now, everyone is blind to someone else until you try to figure out who's got inventory and who doesn't have inventory. So still a logistics challenge, but I'll finish off by saying that, you know, there's a concern about the new virus and from Brazil and the one coming from, South Africa. We're concerned about those things, and we should be. I mean, there are different strains. We're trying to understand what they mean with respect to the vaccine. But besides anything else, the vaccination, irregardless of what happens, the vaccination is probably the best thing that we could do to protect, from these viruses. So the better we get, the more pressure we place on working with the legislators, whatever we can do. I've had ample discussions with Congresswoman Escobar about the national approach to, how do we have a regional, a binational approach. I was in recently, it was aired yesterday, on having Mayor Cavada, Mayor Miyagashima, and Mayor Leeser and myself talking about a regional approach, because we know there's no way we're going to be able to handle the situation in such a unique proximity that we have if both Juarez, El Paso, and New Mexico are working together. And so very encouraged by the effort that Veronica, Congresswoman Escobar, is going to be helping us to make sure that we do not ignore that they don't have the resources that we do. There's not a lot of confidence in the vaccine that they're receiving. They're receiving very few. They've tried to get some to the healthcare workers, but very, very limited amounts. So because we're so dynamic and there's such a symbiotic relationship, I hope that everybody does push, and I ask the commissioners that we all push for a regional approach to this pandemic here in this very unique area. And then finally, we're looking at three. I think the three pillars that have become extremely, obvious. Public health has to be, we got to drive this public health. The economy, we have to look at the impact. One is hurting, the other. It's really, people are really struggling through the economy. I think we're, as the Commissioner's Court, is doing as much as we can also to recognize that the economy has taken a huge hit and they need help. And then the third one, really, that some of us might be looking at, but maybe it just goes unexposed, is inequities. We have discovered the inequities of, who suffers the most in a pandemic. And it's already the very vulnerable populations. It's our homeless population. It's the people that don't have accessibility to healthcare. And that third pillar is very important, because if they're not healthy, the chances of survival become less. And so we need to really look at that vulnerable population and make sure that they have the additional protection of being healthy. If they're not healthy, they're vulnerable. If they're vulnerable, they'll end up in the hospitals. One of the most important things that people need to realize is that the vaccine, the most important thing that the vaccine is doing at this point in time is keeping people out of the hospitals. And we know that for a fact, that it is keeping individuals out of the hospital, because it's going to be less severe even if they do catch the virus afterwards or between doses. It's not as severe, and it keeps them out of the hospital. And we know if you keep them out of the hospitals, you keep them out of ICU, keep them out of ICU, keep them off ventilators. And finally, we don't have the fatalities that we've experienced here in our community. So once again, it's hard to ask for patience, but we're working as hard. I know each commissioner is pushing hard in each one of their areas to understand and reach out. Our mobile unit, we're working hard. There's some registration issues that have to happen. And also the second one coming, that's going to be much, much quicker because there's regulatory things that have to take place for that mobile unit to be completely. I haven't checked to see if we've gone beyond those restrictions and have taken care of them, but that's going to be a huge, huge opportunity to go to some of the areas that people can't come to. The Coliseum has been great for one very important situation. I've gotten to see people having to get off a car, walk into a clinic at 80, 90 years old and have mobility challenges, and it's extremely sad. The ability to drive up and get the injection at the Coliseum has been just an incredible humanitarian factor of this process. So I thank each one of the commissioners for everything that they do in each one of their areas. We're not done. We're not saying it's a perfect. We're way pretty far from saying it's perfect, but I think a lot of effort is taking place in the right direction. So thank you, Betsy.
Thank you, Judge. We now have Dr. Ocaranza and Chief Rodriguez on the line.
Thank you. Chief Rodriguez, go ahead. Oh, no, Dr. Ocaranza, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners, and thank you, Judge, for that insightful comment, because as you very well expressed, the pandemic is not just medical. We have to look at the social determinants of health, and that is extremely important. And thank you for all the leadership and support that you have provided to that. Also, dear in my heart, I want to congratulate the Paso Children's Hospital. And I know that all the good that they've been doing for our community, and I want to congratulate them also. In regards to the COVID-19, we are seeing that the number of positive cases have plateaued. We continue to see positive cases, and our positivity rate has slowly and gradually come down. We are at 8%, but we cannot let our guard down. We know that the region, and not just our community, are very receptive at the vaccine. And even receiving the vaccine, this is going to be something that is going to protect us from coming into the hospital, as you very well stated. It's not going to be changing our way that we recommend having the face covering, the social distancing. We still need to protect each other, and we need to make sure that especially those vulnerable loved ones are well taken care of by not visiting them, by making sure that they have everything that they need in groceries, medications, etc. If we go to the infection rate on the dashboard, we can see how the positive cases and the positivity rate, the positive cases have remained stable and positivity rate is 8.92. If we go to the healthcare readiness, on the healthcare readiness, we see that the hospitalizations also have remained stable and has been fluctuating between 17% and 19% on the trauma service area. That we're still seeing some members of our community getting affected by the virus and requiring higher level of care and requiring hospitalization, but the medication, the monoclonal antibodies, has proven to be effective. Also the preventive measures that we have been recommended also are extremely effective, and we all need to take care of each other. If we go to the investigations, please. On the mortality, we continue to confirm fatalities due to COVID-19, although our case fatality rate has also remained stable, and it has been below 2%, which is really good. We need to make sure that we receive all those records that we requested, so we continue confirming those COVID-19 deaths. And one of the things that is very important for the community is the face covering. With all those variants that you have heard in the news that we know that they're coming, and there's some in the US, it is just a matter of time. But with the face covering, washing our hands, and maintaining the distancing, that will be the way that we're going to be keeping those variants at bay. Fortunately, the vaccine that we're administering, it is providing protection against even those variances, but we know that the viruses are going to continuously changing, and hopefully we don't see a very drastic change in the structure of the virus that is going to make the vaccine companies having to change the composition of the vaccine, needing an extra dose probably later on. But we will maintain the court informed and the community about all those changes for now. And with that, I'll hand it over to Chief Rodriguez to speak a little more about the vaccine process.
Excellent, Doctor. Thank you. Chief Rodriguez.
Good morning, Judge. Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. So I'll be brief. As far as all other operational aspects, those remain in steady state, from testing, compliance, epidemiology, our education task force, testing again. We still have plenty of resources there. Hospital support, we still have a good amount as represented by Dr. Ocaranza, but we still have plenty of staff for our hospitals, providing that additional surge capacity. So going just directly into the vaccines, we've been allocated 108,175 for El Paso County. We've administered 78,519 first doses, 18,863 second doses. Last week, we administered 18,750 as a county collectively, and we continue to lead the state in our vaccination rate. We have a very quick turnaround. Just great work by UMC and by the city in getting that vaccine out to the community. We continue to work on accessibility. Our focus right now is working with those individuals that are elderly, homebound, and ADA. So we have efforts in that regard to support those parts of our populations. On the ethnicity and race data, we're still compiling that information from the initial registration forms that we established, and now that it's going to be mandated. Our updated registration has all those fields that are going to be able to capture those, but we are compiling all that information, and we'll have a more concise report for the commissioners soon. So as soon as we have that, we'll share that. But other than that, everything remains, like I said, in steady state, and we continue to work very closely with UMC to ensure that we get this vaccine out to the community, and we'll be receiving additional allocations this week. So with that, I turn it back. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief, for that, and thank you, Doctor. I'll take it back to Betsy, see if there's any questions for both gentlemen.
Judge, I've got a question.
Absolutely. Commissioner Leon.
Yes, good morning, Chief and Dr. Ocaranza. As you know, the school districts are talking about the possibility of having in-person educators. One of my questions is, as we move towards that goal, do we have a solid plan or any plan insofar as getting those vaccines to the teachers and school workers, bus drivers, because we anticipate that's going to happen. So are we making preparations to keep our educators safe and thus keeping our children safer? And I'd just like to hear, if there's a plan, what is it?
Chief Rodriguez, you want to talk a little bit about some of the restrictions of sort of going to certain areas, but you go ahead if you mind doing that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. No, and that's the way that the state of Texas identified its first phase and do groups 1A and 1B by defining phase 1B. It really cuts across all work sectors. It looks at risk. So those at risk, high risk teachers would be eligible for the vaccine. So the way that the state has defined it is that we have to stay within those parameters, within those phases. We anticipate we're going to be in this phase for some time just because it is such a large group. So phase 1B, again, is anybody the age of 16 years of age and older with a medical condition and anyone over the age of 65. So those are eligible. The schools are eligible to be providers if they choose to enroll to do that. But as the state defines and expands the phases, of course, we will continue to work very closely. We work with the Department of Public Health. They have, and they've been doing this planning for a long time. They have what they call points of distribution within each school district. So once that supply of vaccines increases, that'll give us the flexibility to execute those plans within each of the schools. So that we work very closely with them. We have been working very closely with the schools now to identify all their phase 1A personnel, which includes all their school nurses and those that are doing rapid testing. So we've been working in that regard. But as the state opens up and defines those essential workers, and if they include teachers in that regard, then ultimately we'll follow suit.
And to add a little more to Chief Rodriguez, Commissioner Leon, we've been working very closely with all the school districts and all the region since the beginning of the pandemic, because we recognize the importance of the schools, not only for the children, but for the teacher and all the staff, and how to protect them in a way that is going to continue doing their mission, but in a safer way. We have worked very closely in developing those safety and infection control plans. We continue to have regular meetings, and that's also another layer of protection was the fact that they were assigned rapid testing to the schools way before many other school districts in the state. And I was very proud to know that Fabians was one of those pilot school districts that received the rapid testing. But soon after that, the rest of the school districts receive rapid testing as an extra layer of protection that they're having to keep everybody safe. They're doing really good, and we assigned members of our epidemiology team that are working just as the point of contact with the school districts so they can continue doing their contact tracing and continue providing the guidance and assistance that they need. So when they're continue to bring the children for in-person instruction, they will be following those infection control protocols, and they're going to be doing it in a safer way. And I believe that they're doing a wonderful job. All the schools are having their teachers, their staff, and their children in mind, and everybody's going to be safe.
Well, thank you, and I appreciate it. I know that our hands are somewhat tied from the direction that we're receiving from Austin. One of the good things that's been mentioned before is we get X amount of vaccines and they're administered. So we're doing very well there. I just wish that Austin would rethink and continue sending those vaccines to El Paso, but also as they dictate that the schools should be open for in-person education, that they also start getting away from the rigidity of, okay, well, you don't fall into one of these categories, but nevertheless, you come in contact with kids, with students. So I thank you for your information, and I do realize that it's more a state issue that I hope, because they're directing, our governor is directing those schools to open soon, that they also send in the ability for us to vaccinate those school employees, bus drivers, and what have you. So again, I thank you very much for helping us and your service, and hopefully the dictates coming out of Austin will change some.
Commissioner Holguin, please.
Yes, thank you, Judge. I did have a couple of questions for Chief Rodriguez. Chief, do we know how the smaller providers are doing as far as making sure that they're distributing their vaccines? I know that we spoke a little bit about it at a meeting earlier this year. Do we know how they're doing as far as their allocations? And then also, you gave the total number of vaccines that have been distributed thus far as a county. Do we have that breakup as far as how many by the city, how many by UMC, and then how many by the smaller providers as a group?
So yes, ma'am, and thank you for that question. So for the first part is, we do meet on a weekly basis with all of the enrolled providers. We definitely ask them if they have any issues with issuing the vaccines. So if there are assistance that we can provide through UMC and through the city hub, there's an ability for us to transfer vaccines from one agency to the other. So that system is in place. The information that we get from the state in regard to the other providers, which is really a handful at this point. There's a few FQHCs that are receiving. But as far as total providers that are getting allocations in the city, it's quite small. So we do have some visibility on how they're doing, but again, their allocations are quite small. But we continue to work with them if they have anything. And as far as the second part of your question, can you restate that one, please?
No, I was just wondering if you had a breakdown. You gave the numbers for the county as a total, but I was wondering if you had a breakdown as far as from the city and UMC obviously are the largest providers, but I'm just wondering if you had a breakdown the city and then maybe UMC and then maybe the smaller providers as a group, if we just knew what those numbers were.
I don't have it offhand. The state was providing it on their website, and it showed the allocations per week, but they have since removed that from their website. But I'll check and see if we have that information accessible to us internally, and then we'll be happy to share.
Great, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Commissioner Stout, please.
Thank you, Judge. I have a couple of things on the issue with the state's limitations. I think we could definitely reach out to our delegation and be in contact with them. I think Judge, you've done that, I'm sure, and so have folks from the city and the and UMC. I think that members of our delegation have been involved in some of these conversations, but we need to continue to push them, to push the governor to make some of these changes. And so I'm committed to continuing to try to reach out to them as well, as part of the task force. But when on that same topic, when it comes to what some of the messaging or messages we're getting from the state, I saw an article in the news last week that kind of contradicted what we've been told, that the state is relating to us when it comes to the vaccines, and they have to be utilized at the hub locations. This news article said that they actually called the state, and the state said no, they don't have to be used at the hub locations, and that the city or UMC could actually take some of those vaccines and distribute them in other fashions. Have we gotten to the bottom of that? Have you all reached out to the state to get clarity on that?
Well, from yes, sir, and thank you for the question. So from what we originally received when this was during the first kickoff week of the hubs, that was the intent. We have since learned that there is an ability to transfer vaccines between agencies, but it appears that the state is being more open to be able to be more flexible from the local level, to be able to use the vaccines that are allocated in not just one area. That's our understanding.
Okay, so that means that there is more flexibility than we thought, and so if that's the case, I mean, I feel like we've talked about equity, and the judge brought it up earlier as one of those pillars, and I think we need to redouble our efforts when it comes to trying to get the vaccines to people that are most vulnerable. And I think it's just difficult because you all have the sign up waiting list, and then UMC basically just when they get vaccine they'll announce it, and then basically I think it's really hard for most folks that are probably within vulnerable populations to access those vaccines. And so I think that I talked a little bit about this with UMC. I went last week to the site at the Coliseum and talked to them about maybe looking at trying to provide more access for folks that call on the telephone, or look at ways that when the state is ready to allow us flexibility to start pushing some of these vaccines out into some of the outlying areas, or to folks that may be disabled or maybe homebound, or some of the clinics that we have. so I really want to advocate that if we have flexibility, that we look at ways to do that, because I don't think things are being done as equitably as they can be. I mean, I think we're ahead of everybody else. We're doing a good job of, getting those vaccines out quickly. But, I've said it before and I'll say it again, we can't, make that our only goal. I think we cannot forget about making sure that things are done equitably and that we're getting to the most vulnerable populations before we're getting to others. And so, I just want to advocate with you, and I mean, I'll continue to advocate with UMC to do the best, the best that we can to get those vaccines out to folks, or at least to make the access, I guess easier, that that there's not as many barriers to sign up for the vaccines. I mean, I know that we have promotoras out in the community talking to people, and there may be folks that don't even have sufficient information, to understand how to even get to a vaccine. I mean, how to even call in, or what the website is, or what the process is. But I think we need to redouble and make sure that we are doing as much, even more outreach to the outlying areas. Making phone calls to them and sending text messages to them, to some of those most vulnerable populations, contacting them directly and helping them to get signed up and in line. I know that this is being proposed and done in other areas, and I think that we should definitely try to do so as well. And one other concern that I have is that I think we also need to do more education when it comes to and putting out public information about how safe the vaccine is, and that's maybe something that we can work on with the task force. We'll have a meeting with them this week, and I'll bring that up. But lots of these folks who may be very vulnerable are probably in the same population of people who may be untrusting, of government rollout of different projects and things like that. So I think we need to work on that message and get that out better. And then, I know that Commissioner Holguin has asked a couple of times about the private providers, and especially in the outlying areas. And I just I think that we really need to coordinate with those folks and look for more private providers in the outlying areas. And if we're able to have flexibility, maybe partner with them to get some of the vaccines out in those areas. And I think the data shows that higher numbers of people of color are receiving vaccines when there is a stronger coordination within the areas that they reside. And so I just feel that we need to do much more to prioritize the high-risk populations. I think one other idea that we brought up in the past as well, and I don't know if anything has been done on this. Maybe you can answer this question for me, Chief. But we talked about a number of weeks ago, helping the public to understand better where exactly those private providers are and how many vaccines they have, and kind of real-time situation, so that people don't have to again call 15 or 12 or 20 or however many private providers every day to find out whether they have a vaccine or not. I would have hoped that by now we would have something for the public to be able to look at and see where exactly the vaccines are, who has them, and in one place, so that they don't have to again make calls and wait on the phone for hours on end to try to understand where they can get a vaccine. I think that that's something that's really important. So I mean, are we gonna work on doing that? I know we talked about it in the past, but I still think it's something that could be easily done and would be very helpful for the community.
Yes, sir. So just to address a few of your points. And so, one area of concentration that we've definitely been working with, and again, it's all by priority. And following the state's guidance and also on the supply that we have of vaccines. So we have deployment teams that have been working very closely with all of our long-term care, assisted living center, foster homes. So we're trying to penetrate those areas that for individuals that by just don't have the means to access the vaccine. So we are being very aggressive in getting those teams out and getting to them. But we're, just an example of efforts that we're working on is our education task force has worked with the housing authority to go in person to help individuals register for the vaccine. So it's those types of efforts to truly get in the space where those individuals are at, to assist them, to give them the level of assistance they need to be able to register and get that vaccine to them. As far as where and who has vaccines, the state has and I'll share this, I'll put this in the chat so everyone can see this, but the state has a map that represents all of the vaccine providers within El Paso who have vaccines. But going back to the judge's point, having that centralized list to work off is ultimately, I think, our biggest benefit as a community. Right now we have over 160,000 individuals signed up on our site. That doesn't mean that they're not already signed up elsewhere. So a lot of that duplication of effort is causing issues. So if we can work on that we're definitely open to working with all the providers to work off this one centralized list. But the state site, and I'll put this in the chat now so everyone can observe this. You have a map that shows who has the vaccine and who doesn't. But again, it's a handful of providers at this point. The state's main effort is to get as much vaccine out into the community as quickly as possible. So through these two hubs, that's the effort. But to your point, as more allocations become available, we'll definitely work on getting it further into those hard to reach places. So we are very much on the same page to reach those people that are underserved and get them the vaccine. So we're definitely with you on that.
Thank you, Chief.
Judge, if I may?
Yeah, absolutely. Judge Holguin, go ahead.
Yes. So just to Commissioner Stout's point, I agree how incredibly important it is to make sure that we're getting the vaccines out to the outlying areas. And so I just wanted to let the court know that I've been in contact with Jacob Cintron at UMC. He and I were talking over the weekend about what we could possibly do to try to start making sure that we get vaccines out to the rural areas while we're waiting for our mobile unit. So unfortunately, the mobile unit isn't quite ready to start going out. They're working on it and doing it as quickly as they can, I'm sure. But in the meantime, Jacob was going to look at other possible ways to start getting the vaccines out there, especially since we have a Fabens clinic. So I just wanted to let the court know, Jacob told me that he would get back to me sometime by the end of the day today with some ideas and thoughts and suggestions. So I'm happy to bring those back to the court once we have something in place. But yes, it's incredibly important. Thank you, Commissioner Stout. We're trying to get folks out in those areas vaccinated as quickly as we can, knowing all of the limitations and obstacles that many times they face.
And thank you, Commissioner Holguin, especially knowing their stats are so much higher, the positivity rates. And so that's and their clinics seem to be, that's why we have that clinics out there. And so that's be one of the key places for us to distribute. So it reaches so many areas in that Fabens area. So, okay, thank you, Chief. Appreciate it.
I got, Judge, can I ask one more?
Sure. Go ahead. No, you're welcome, Commissioner Stout.
Thank you. I won't take much longer. I kind of want to go back to testing. I know that we all, see the light at the end of the tunnel and the vaccine's coming, but it's coming slowly, and so we still keep seeing, of course, the level of positive tests hovering around 500. Our hospitalizations, is kind of going up and down around 400, and we've seen a lot of deaths. But are we continuing to try to work to make sure that we get as many testing done? And mean, what else can we do to try to get those numbers down? Because in the end, with the death rate that we have, that's correlational with the positivity rate. We can't let our guard down, and so I just want to make sure that we're continuing to do everything that we possibly can to get as many people tested. And I know that people may have some type of false sense of security because the vaccine's starting to be rolled out, but it's going to be months and months before everybody can be vaccinated. And so we need to make sure that we're not creating that false sense of security, and we're continuing to ask people to get vaccinated. Tested. And how are we doing on enforcement? How are we doing on providing information? I'd still like to understand some information on where some of the clusters are. Can you talk a little bit more about that, please? I'd really like to understand kind of what the strategy is moving forward.
Yes, I'll take most of this. And Commissioner Stott, thank you for the question. It is very, very important. And I think you touch a very critical point, because a lot of the people might feel that by receiving the vaccine, they're fully protected and they're going to be back to, quote unquote, their normal life, or they're not going to be wearing their mask. It is still quite a bit of time before we achieve herd immunity, and many people have heard the term about herd immunity. And herd immunity is when a lot of the population are already immune and are protecting those that are not immune or they're considered susceptible. So we need to immunize about 80% of the susceptible population to be able to be talking about herd immunity. But we're still months and months away from that. We still need to encourage, and the best strategy right now is continue wearing the face covering, because we still need to protect each other. At one point, when people still remain at home, you have a lot of transmission within the house. That transmission within the house walls are something that is still going on, because you see that if the parent gets positive or gets infected, it's going to be transmitted to the rest of the household members, which we know that we have a large number of multi-generational homes, and those are the ones that we still see being affected. The social media push that we've been doing, that you have been doing, and all the commissioners, they can continue pushing that message that we still need to not let our guard down, is going to be extremely important. And also that there's enough capacity for testing, that if you feel that you were exposed, or even to know your status, come and get tested. A lot of the people are switching to having to do the rapid test, in which a lot of the physicians and many of the providers have that capacity. But the gold standard for testing is the one that we're doing, and it's free. You don't need to be paying a large sum of money to do the rapid test, because you're going to get the results in 15 minutes, but it's not as accurate as the one that we do, the PCR, that is still available to the population, again, free of charge. And there's plenty of those testing sites that we have open and we have available to the population. So we know that there's still no medication that is going to be the cure, and the vaccine is not the cure. It's just another layer of protection and another layer of the prevention strategy that we have. Anything else, Chief?
No, and thank you, Commissioner Stott, again. And I didn't go into detail on all of our other efforts on compliance, but our teams are still engaged, with our El Paso Police Department mitigation team, the El Paso Fire Marshals, Sheriff's Office. Those teams are still very much active and engaged out in the community. That is no hiccup there. Testing, again, we have plenty of testing capacity. Right now, we're underutilizing it. It is we're probably at 30 to 40%. But as we open up, an example of how we pivot and adapt to different sectors of the community that are opening up. Right now, the schools are doing very mass level of testing for their students and their faculty, for those that are returning. So our numbers in testing have gone up quite dramatically. I mean, for the most part, all the testing, since the community has been, somewhat open since for some time now, that level of testing continues to remain. But as new areas open up, in this instance, the schools, we see a big increase in school testing. So we're monitoring very closely. Again, all other efforts still remain constant. We haven't pulled back in any effort to still continue with the same strategies we've had for since the beginning of the pandemic. So thank you.
You know what? One of the reasons we have to get extremely good at the data and the scheduling and knowing who tested, who didn't, and all these other things is that there's so much discussion now about not only the vaccine, but boosters and all these things. It's going to get complicated for us to be able to say who got the first shot, who got the second, when do they need a booster, when do they, it's going to get much more complicated. And so if we ever want to get ahead of the situation, I think as a community, it's our ability to be able to, schedule appointments in a central area, but also to understand who needs to. For example, if someone hasn't shown up for their second shot, you want to be able to reach out to them to make sure that not too much time passes, or that, whatever it is that we need to do to reconnect with someone and sort of have a tracking system. We know you've taken the first, you've taken the second, but maybe now you need the booster. How do we get a hold of them? How do you get back to them? And so I think it's going to get very, very, complicated in being able to do that tracking. But I think the sooner we do it, the more likely that we'll get ahead of it. We cannot let this overwhelm us. And so, but like I've said, they're working very hard on these things. And I think it's easy for an idea to say we need a centralized, but a lot of work needs to happen. I think Commissioner Stout, with your work with the task force, I think it's going to be really important to get that support of understanding that tracking every individual, where they're at in the process, and whether or not they need a booster or whether or not they belong in one of the age groups. All of that information is going to be essential in the future, because that's going to be our future. My goodness, you've got all these strains, you've got these boosters, you've got all these. Best thing we could do is create a database that is very favorable to us addressing the problems.
Yeah, I appreciate your comments, Judge, and I just want to continue to advocate that having a free for all isn't the best thing for public health. Even if it looks like our numbers look great on paper and we're doing the best in the state when it comes to getting out the vaccine. Things. I just want to continue to advocate for equity and make sure that we're getting to people that are vulnerable. I just don't think that right now we're doing the best that we can to do that, and so we need to get better. So thank you.
Absolutely, thank you. Yes, sir, Commissioner Robinson.
Well, when you talk about fairness and equity, you talk about vulnerable. Those individuals who are vulnerable, there's a hidden population that we forget, that we don't talk about, and that number is growing and will grow because of the pandemic and because of the economic situation in our country. It's going to grow, and that's the homeless. We don't talk about those individuals. Those individuals are very vulnerable. We've had some breakouts in a couple of the shelters with people that were affected by the pandemic or the virus. So we need to think about the outlying areas. Yes, I agree along with Commissioner Hogan, but we don't talk about the homeless population. That's a considerable number of people that's out there that are homeless, individuals, women, and children. There are one, that are in shelters, two, that are on the street, living in tents.
Agree, Commissioner. That's such a vulnerable population and could be, reason for another outbreak into other areas. And so you're absolutely right. Chief, go ahead.
Excuse me, Judge. That is, I feel that's our most vulnerable population, because what the situation and environment they're living in. When you talk about living on the street, living in tents, without running water, without the ability to cook a meal, things of that nature, that is very. Once again, we're talking about men, women, as well as children. There are homeless. Many of them are in shelters, but there's a large number of people that are not in shelters that are living on the street as best they can. So, what is the plan for those individuals?
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yes, sir. So in that regard, that's the benefit and the cross-cutting phase of phase 1B. So anyone that is eligible, again, that meets the parameters of phase 1B is able to get the vaccine, regardless of occupation, regardless of if they're homeless, whoever it is. So we work regularly with our shelter groups to ensure that they have that information. So if they have those within their care that need that assistance, that information is made available to them. But again, just like all other efforts to reach those that are in need of the vaccine and are underserved areas, as more supply increases, the more initiatives we can drive to get those vaccines out to those areas.
Thank you. Thank you both. Appreciate your time and everything that you're out there trying to accomplish. So thank you.
Thank
Betsy.
you.
Yes, sir. Thank you all for the support.
Betsy?
Okay, are there any updates from members of the court?
Commissioner Stout, please. Commissioner
ahead.
Stout, and then we'll go to Commissioner Leon, please.
Okay. Just a couple of updates. Speaking of the homeless on the homelessness task force side, as the city has pointed out, and as I agreed, because this group has been meeting regularly since the beginning of the pandemic, we have created a really positive working group, and there is a lot of promise in terms of what we can do even beyond COVID. The conversations about making sure vulnerable populations are vaccinated and put at the front of the line is right in line with what we've been talking about and what I've been advocating for as well. So I think we're all on the same page there. As you all know, we still anticipate the possibility of many evictions to come our way in the future. The good thing is that the city received, I believe, $20 million in Treasury funds specifically to aid in rent and utility payments, and we're receiving about $4 million. The United Way, during the meeting, expressed that they are going to look at creating a community resiliency center, mirroring the work that has been done as a result of the August 3rd tragedy with the Family Resiliency Center. So I'm proud to be in the midst of this and help as much as we can and with this crisis, and as we're learning and doing all that we can to lift each other up, as a result of what we're all living through right now, as a result of COVID. So for those of you that don't know how the Resiliency Center that don't know the Resiliency Center, it's a clearinghouse with navigators and caseworkers that ensure folks are guided through the process of receiving, a myriad of different services and assistance. As Betsy and I indicated last week, we did not have a COVID-19 task force meeting. We'll be meeting this Wednesday, and we'll bring up a lot of the things that we discussed right now in that meeting. And finally, my office, along with the judge's office, we've been engaging with our immigrant service NGOs about being ready to welcome folks into our community should they make their way here. We know that this effort is doubly complex because of the pandemic, but we're very proud of and grateful for the work that Lore Gonzalez Flores, our Immigrant Services Coordinator, has been doing, everything that she's done to convene folks and plan ahead and have a strategy has really just been amazing. Her position, her coordination is exactly, what we've needed. I think, and we could have used it a couple of years ago when we had the large number of folks that came and needed our assistance here in this community. And, it's exactly what we need now to ensure that we act in concert to serve the community. I want to thank the court for their supporting, of course, creating this position and bringing her on. But, now with the pandemic, I'm glad that we have somebody that's dedicated to that work. And just want to thank Betsy and Joel and Irene also for the support that they have been giving Lore. So additionally, I had the opportunity, as I said, to visit the vaccination site at the Coliseum, and I thank Jacob and his team, as well as Brian Kennedy and his team for what they're doing there. They have a really good partnership with Mr. Kennedy and the folks there. They know how to move people in and out of the Coliseum quickly, and they're getting the shots in the arms in a very efficient manner. So as I told them, and as I've expressed to you all, again, we want to continue to advocate for equitable distribution. I know that there are many constraints, but bringing up this topic with the task force will be something we'll do, and see if there's any ideas that we can share with OEM and UMC and all of our partners to make sure that we're getting everybody vaccinated in a timely manner, but also in an equitable manner. And then finally, Endeavors invited my staff and I to tour the Inspira Hotel in West El Paso, where folks are receiving emergency housing. I wasn't able to attend, but my staff reported that they were very impressed with the site and the process that's being undertaken there. And we know that the hotel may not be the solution for everyone, and it may not be a long-term solution, but we have providers in the area who can meet the need and ensure that there is a warm handoff from one site to the next. And all we have to do is make those connections. So that's all that I have. Thank you very much.
Great job, Commissioner. Thank you. Betsy? I'm sorry.
Commissioner
No, I
Leon,
got Commissioner Leon.
Yes, sir. Just something real quick. I've been advised by Judge Herrera, sent out an email that just to follow up on what Commissioner Stout just mentioned, that the moratorium on evictions has been extended to March 31st of this year. So that's good news. Falls hand in hand with what was just mentioned. So just in case there's people out there listening, that it has been extended through the end of March. Thank you.
Great news. Thank you. Betsy?
Judge?
Yeah, Commissioner Robinson, please.
Yes. Give you a further update on the homeless situation. I reported to you numerous times that in the past that the tents were in the alleyway behind the Opportunity Center. Well, the tents went away. They were totally cleared out at one point in time. A lot of them came back, but in dispersing them from in the alleyway behind the Opportunity Center, they moved to different locations. One is, now let me back up first. Betsy, I want to applaud Joel and Irene for the effort that they've made so far and that they continue to make in regards to this situation. But I want to give you a report that the tents are still exist. They moved, one group of tents have moved from the Opportunity Center to Noble and Texas, behind the business there on Texas by the railroad. They were further. There's a camp that's developed in northeast El Paso on Dyer and Hundo Pass, where the old Albertsons used to be. So they moved to different locations, but the fact that they're not visible in many respects, they are still there. The same number of people still exist. I need to advocate and judge that we have a gathering of collective thoughts with myself, the county staff, Joel and Irene, the city, someone from the Homeless Coalition. We can't just keep talking about this situation. We need to take action. I realize that some of the people have the hotel on the west side. That's a temporary solution. Joel has some information in regards to some other locations that we may be able to acquire for a permanent location. But the situation with homeless is not going to go away. It's because of the economy, as I indicated before, in the pandemic, there's a possibility that that number will grow. So we're talking about men and women, but we're also talking about men, women, and children that are out there living on the street in tents, no place to go, and no help for them to survive. So, Judge, I'm asking, I'm insisting that we do this as soon as possible among ourselves, as far as the Betsy, Joel, and Irene come up with a plan as soon as possible and include the city as well. We may need to include law enforcement, not from a standpoint of punitive, but law enforcement need to be involved. But we need to have this meeting, and we need to come up with a definitive plan as soon as possible, because the problem's not going to go away. It's going to grow.
No, thank you, Commissioner Robinson, for your passion on this area. I think you've kept us, kept your finger on that, and that helps us. Betsy, I don't know. I was thinking maybe one way we could do that and address Commissioner Robinson's concerns and initiatives is that we might have a special meeting, that therefore allowing us to, for all us to meet. We would have all the commissioners and ourselves, and so I don't know if that would be one way. I would love for this to be part of strategic planning, but that's a little further out. But if you could talk to Commissioner Robinson about the possibility of a special session, and then we would all be able to join in. I think it is very urgent, and we need to address it quickly, and that might be the best way to get all of us on the same, on the same venue.
Yes, sir. I'll coordinate with Joel, who's also has some more information, and they're gathering some additional information, and we will coordinate with your staffs to plan that for a special session.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Judge, the only item I have for the court today is we have seen a decline in the hospitalization rate for the last 4 days. We'd like to revisit if the court would be interested in reopening the golf course at this time, or if you want to see a continual decline for some period of time. I know the task force previously has discussed between 14 and 20 days, but we are still in stage 2, but which is a stage that starts limited reopening, but we wanted to see what is the pleasure of the court.
Well, let me just comment a little bit. I know we're very good at handling that. I feel very comfortable with Veronica Myers and her team. If we decide it's going to be done properly, I think we've proven that in the distances and between tee times. I also think that recreation has been an outlet. It's been difficult for people. Some of the golfers, it's what they do in recreation. That's where they go, and to get outdoors. I don't like the fact sometimes that we're stricter than anybody else. We got all the golf courses participating, and yet ours isn't, and it looks more like a little bit of a punishment to a certain group of individuals since everybody else is going in a different direction. So those are my comments. I'd like to hear from the other commissioners what their thoughts are.
I think we set the threshold and it's below the threshold. So I think we've seen, as Betsy said, we've seen a decline over the last couple of days. I agree completely with the judge's comments, and so I'm fine with opening up.
Commissioner Leon?
So am I. I think it's a good time to do it, and it's a safer environment than indoor venues.
Yes. Commissioner Holguin?
I agree, Judge. I think we've met our threshold that we set for ourselves.
Yeah, thank you. Commissioner Robinson?
Yes, Judge, I think that we are able to, the golfers are able to adhere to the social distancing, so I have no problem with that.
Excellent. Okay, Betsy, you've got our consent.
Yes, sir. So Judge, Commissioners, we'll work to open the golf course and the toll booth beginning this Friday, if that's okay with all of you.
Okay.
And I'm hearing it is. So we'll work towards opening on Friday. Thank you all.
Thank you, Betsy.
So that's it for this
concludes
item. Thank you. Thank you,
Yes.
Betsy. Back to you, Caesar, and I think we're going into executive session now.
Yes, sir. No further action on item number 12. And at this time, Commissioners Court will recess into executive session to discuss items 31A through 31E pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071 and 551.087. Commissioners Court will reconvene to take official action.
Thank you.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive. We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together. El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive. We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together. El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive. We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together. El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive. We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
ahead.
Commissioners Court has reconvened into regular open session. Judge, at this time, would you like to go ahead and break for our lunch hour break?
You're muted, Judge.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. There you go. Caesar?
Would you like to go ahead and recess for our break?
Yes, please.
Okay. At this time, Commissioners Court will recess for 1 hour, Judge? Is that what you'd like?
No, at 1 o'clock. We'll be back at 1.
Okay. Commissioners Court is in recess until 1 p.m.
Thank you very much. Enjoy your lunch.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive. We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together. El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive. We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together. El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive. We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
Are we reconvening in open?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is open, correct? Okay.
Yes.
All right, great. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
Ready? Thank you. Commissioners Court has reconvened into regular open session. Judge, would you like to go ahead and recess back into executive session at this point?
That is correct. Thank you.
Okay. At this time, Commissioners Court will recess into executive session to discuss items 31C through 31E pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071 and 551.087. Commissioners Court will reconvene to take official action.
Okay.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive. We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
Go ahead.
Commissioners, Court has reconvened into regular open session. We're going to move on to item number 29 from grant applications. Approve the submission of county grant applications as listed and described. If awarded, all grant award agreements will be brought back to the Commissioners Court for final acceptance and approval. Item number 29. Approve and authorize the Parks and Recreation Department to apply for the Texas Parks and Wildlife Department Recreational Trails Grant for San Felipe Park and Square Dance Linear Park in the amount of $400,000 from October 1st, 2021 to September 30th, 2024. A match in the amount of $100,000 is required. $70,000 will be provided by the county, while $30,000 has been committed by the Montana Vista El Paso Electric Community Advisory Panel. The Parks and Recreation Department would also like to ask for approval to utilize county grant match funds in the amount of $499,995 as supplemental funding for this project. Contract number 2021-0037.
Thank you. Veronica?
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. Veronica Myers, Parks and Recreation Director. And I want to thank you all. I want to thank the court. I want to thank the administration for all their support, especially the Parks and Recreation Department and the Public Works Department, Lydia Arias, and Isabel Hernandez, who I just am very grateful for Isabel Hernandez. She had lost her sister to COVID the last week of the year, of December, and she hung in there through this process and assisted, continued to assist. So I'm deeply grateful for that and blessed to have her on my team. With that, I would like to start this presentation. Next slide, please. So this Texas Parks and Wildlife Department grant is for Square Dance Linear Park, which was approved on July 30th of 2018 as a bond funded project number 4. Before this, bond project number 4 was number 1, Ascarate Special Event Area, which is under construction. The second one was Gallegos Park, which is complete. The third one was a Tornillo Coyote Park in Tornillo, Texas, and that is complete. And so we are on the 4th one. And for San Felipe Park, it was phase 1 of project number 2. And we have completed phase 1, phase 2, and we are now on phase 3 of San Felipe Park. Next slide, please. In alignment with the county strategic plan, this grant will increase tourism. It'll upgrade infrastructure at both of these communities. It'll promote collaboration and engagement, working with the Montana Vista Electric Company Community Advisory Panel to not only commit the $30,000 for this grant, but continue to fundraise for additional amenities to the park and strengthen our financial health by leveraging grant funding and collaborating with other partners like MVCAP. Next slide, please. We have already gotten the statistically valid survey from our master plan, which has identified paved trails as a #1 priority ranking for facility investment. And another high program investment priority is fitness and wellness. At a medium priority are ATV trails. With youth and adults walking, running, bicycling, and ATV riding on recreation trails, which are safe and challenging and accessible for all, will improve their mental and physical health. Next slide, please. These are the current conditions at San Felipe Park in the area where we will build the training site. Next slide, please. This is what we are proposing on the improvements for San Felipe Park. Phase 1 and phase 2 are on the left side of the screen. On the right side is phase 3, where we will build an off-highway vehicle training site with additional public restrooms. We already have the picnic shelters there that are being renovated in phase 1. We'll build some ATV unloading ramps, which was identified as a need in our last class that we had, the only class that we've held there. And so that is the project plan for San Felipe. Next slide, please. On Square Dance Road, these are the current conditions. So there is no connection or anywhere for this community to do any type of physical activity. And so we will build the linear park on the right side of Square Dance Road. Next slide, please. So the grant funding will be for the recreation trail part of the linear park, which is on your right side. We will add with the previous $499,995,000 that was approved in December 12 of 2019 for this project. We would like to maintain those funds so that we can add the LED lighting, the landscaping, benches, trees, additional amenities for this true recreation trail, true linear park for Square Dance community and Desert Acceptance, and the surrounding neighborhood that otherwise would not have a place to recreate. Next slide, please. So the department would like to recommend that we get approved to apply for this recreation trails grant. It's off the off-highway motor vehicle trails, and it's $400,000. And so for an official ATV Safety Institute and Recreational Off-Highway Vehicle Association training site at San Felipe and a linear park on Square Dance Road in the Desert Acceptance neighborhood. The total grant project cost is $500,000 for this project. The cash match would be $70,000 from county grant funds, and then the Montana Vista Electric Company Community Association panel cash donation of $30,000 for the other in-kind, and then the TPWD cash award would be the $400,000. Next slide, please. Thank you. And with that, before I take any questions, I would like to just invite Mr. Carrasco. He would like to say a few words on the the Square Dance Linear Park.
Excellent.
Yes,
Mr.
hi.
Carrasco?
Ms. Myers, can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir.
We can.
Yes, hi. Yes, good afternoon, County Judge and Commissioners, and thank you, Ms. Myers and Paso County of Public Works for all that you do. I am Ralph Carrasco, and I have lived in the Desert Acceptance or Square Dance community for 15 years, and in the greater Montana Vista area for a total of 27 years. And over these last years, the county support and Public Works, everybody that has been part of all the infrastructure projects, all of your assistance has been greatly received by not just myself, but our community in general. So thank you so much for that. Now, I know earlier this morning, the running theme, was around COVID and the impact of COVID. And apart from the main defenses, such as like vaccines and hand washing, social distancing and face masks, I'm a strong believer that exercise and an active lifestyle can also provide an additional defense when it comes to COVID. We all know and have heard the statistics concerning underlying conditions that worsen COVID. Conditions such as diabetes, heart conditions, and obesity. But we also know and have heard the benefits of regular physical activity, which I believe can greatly alleviate the negative effects of COVID, not just on the physical health being of residents, but also the mental health. The benefits of regular physical activity include weight control, combating anxiety, high blood pressure, diabetes. It boosts energy, it improves mood, and even helps in promoting better sleep. So now, in consideration of these physical activity benefits, we know that mood, energy, anxiety, and depression are major areas that have also affected people as we have hunkered down in quarantine because of COVID. So in light of the opportunity for our community to be a recipient of a linear park, that would help our residents in so many different ways that go beyond just getting out and getting active. I do go out on daily runs, so to have a linear park in our community would be great, not just for myself, but for the rest of my neighbors, which before COVID, I would regularly see my neighbors walking up and down Square Dance. But now with the impacts of COVID, not so much anymore. But I truly believe that a linear park would greatly change that. I would, I foresee my neighbors getting out and getting active and being excited because of this park. So I want to thank you for your time and for your support of a linear park. and for the square dance community. With that being said, I just want to thank you once again.
Mr. Carrasco,
Thank you, Mr.
I'm very impressed with your insights to the additional protection through health and recreation, and because we feel very accurate. We're in the middle of this, and we know that one of the most important pillars is that going forward is that we have a healthy community because of what we've seen, the underlying issues, and too painful to know that we're recognized as one of the communities with some of the most, indices of these health issues. So thank you. Very great insight, and thank you for your enthusiasm to help our community. Veronica, back to you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll take any questions the court may have.
Commissioners?
Judge, I just wanted to
Yes,
say a few words.
Commissioner Leon.
Again, thank you, Ralph. If you're still on the line, Ralph is one of those people that is a direct connection from our office to Square Dance, and he's been a tremendous help over these last 8 years in getting a lot of the things accomplished over at Square Dance. And as a matter of fact, we're in the process of having a press conference where the remaining people that are out there that do not have water will have water, and on top of that, they are finally going to be receiving natural gas out there. So a big savings where they don't have to be buying their propane. So we'll be talking about that later. But again, Ralph, if you're listening, thank you very much for everything you've done. And Veronica, I know it's been a long road trying to make this happen, but it makes a huge difference for those residents that live there, where they finally have a park. Now they've got street lighting, they've got street signs, and it's paved. So it's a huge difference of what has occurred over the last few years. So thank you. Great job.
No, thank you, Commissioner, for your support to that area. Appreciate that. Good news on that.
Judge, if I may?
Yes, absolutely, Commissioner Holguin.
I just wanted to thank Veronica. She spent a whole day with me last month in December, I guess the month before last, touring the various parks in Precinct 3, and one of the ones that we went to go see was San Felipe. And I'm very, very excited about this grant opportunity and this project. I think it'll create so many opportunities for increased tourism in that area, and of course, along with it, economic development. So I wanted to thank Veronica and her team, and Isabel Hernandez and the grants department for all of their hard work with regard to this project and this grant. And with that, I'd like to go ahead and make a motion to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Holguin?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you and have a great day.
Thank you, Veronica. You've gotten the news on
Thank you.
golf, right?
Judge, would you like to go back to the regular order of the agenda?
Yes, please. Betsy, do you see anything that would help out anyone waiting or anything? I wouldn't mind taking those up, get anyone that's having to wait.
I think the majority of the people who are waiting are the next items in order, other than we do have item I that was pulled from consent by Commissioner Leon.
Okay, I'd like to get that one. Commissioner Leon, go ahead.
Okay, let me just read
that. Has it already been read?
Let me just read that.
Oh, that's right.
Item number 4I from the consent agenda. Approve and authorize the Public Works Department to work with the City of El Paso to authorize residents in the unincorporated areas of El Paso County to dispose of household waste in the El Paso City landfill. If approved, a final agreement will be presented to the court for authorization at a later date.
Yes,
Good afternoon,
thank
Judge,
you,
Commissioners.
Commissioners.
Norma
The reason
Rivera
I pulled
Palacios
this
with the
is
Public Works
I had a conversation with Jose, Norma, give me a second and I'll give it to you. Okay. The reason I pull this is just to highlight the cooperation that the city and the county have. And this is something that a lot of times is not seen by the public, but just to reemphasize that the city and the county, we're on the same team. We're both here to do the best we can for all our residents. So this is just an example of the cooperation that we have with the city. And I know that it'll probably be a new beginning, but as we go forward into the future, that we as a court realize that we are going to be working hand in hand with the city in many of the goals that both the city and the county have, which align together. So again, I know that Norma and I think Jose will have a few words to talk about this particular item. Thank you.
Thank you. Great comments, Commissioner. Go ahead, Norma.
Yes, sir. So as a lot of us already know, the county residents do not have adequate waste disposal services out there in the county. And last year we had programmed 17 cleanups, but due to COVID and not wanting to have gatherings, we canceled most of them, except the ones that we held during the month of February. So with people staying at home, it has been noted that people are producing more waste. So we contacted the city of El Paso and asked them if we could partner to allow the residents of the county to dispose of their solid waste. They agreed to this, and so that's why we're bringing this item to the court. If the court approves this item today, we will work on an interlocal agreement with the city of El Paso and identify either some type of coin or some type of document so that they can exchange that and be able to dispose of their waste. We will also be bringing that back to the court and identify the specifics. This is a great opportunity. At this point, the city has agreed to work with us on this, and I think it'll be very beneficial to the constituents of the county. Any questions that I can answer for the court?
No, just thank you, Norma, for working on that partnership, because that really helps out. You know, there's times when they need us and times when we need them, and this is one that you're able to partner. So thank you for pursuing that.
Judge, I just wanted to thank Norma
absolutely.
for really thinking outside of the box and coming up with creative solutions that she's going to run by the city. Illegal dumping is such a huge problem out in the county. And it's particularly difficult now that we can't have the community cleanups that Norma had been doing such a great job of putting together. So I just wanted to thank Norma personally for being creative and for finding solutions to these problems.
Well, thank you. Norma?
You're welcome, Judge, Commissioners, and it's all due to our team. We have a great team in Public Works, from the infrastructure to the inspectors to parks. It's a little bit of everybody working together to get this done. And we will not be requesting any funds from the court. We plan to use the funds that had been allocated for last year's cleanups and this year's cleanups.
So make a motion to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Holguin.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate your support.
Good job, Norma. Pass it on to your team. Thank you.
Yes, sir, of course. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Item number 7A, presentations. Receive a presentation from the county's financial advisor regarding current market conditions and the county's long-term debt portfolio.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Wally Hargrove from the Office of Budget and Fiscal Policy.
This afternoon's presentation is your quarterly overview from the county's financial advisor on current market conditions and the county's long-term debt portfolio. Today's item will also provide you with some insight on the county's current and future potential bonding capacity as you move into strategic planning in the next few weeks. With that, I'd like to introduce two members from the Stifel firm, Mr. Brad Engst and Dan Mahoney. Gentlemen, you're up.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. This is Brad Engst with Stifel, serve as Municipal Advisor to the county. Thank you for having us today. It's good to be back here with you. We do have a presentation. I wanted to make sure that's up on the screen and you're able to see that first.
Yes, sir, we can see it.
Okay, great. Thank you. So today, and if we can just flip to the next slide, please. We're going to look at a few things that we typically look at with you. I am going to spend a couple more minutes on your financing capacity, given the time of the year. This is the typical time in late winter, early spring when we evaluate projects in your financing capacity, and that's due to the need to eventually set your tax rate this coming summer. So in order to meet into that timeline. Moving along though to section 1, we're going to evaluate your current debt profile and what some of your valuations and the tax base look like on slide 4. Next slide. Yes, thank you. Okay, so looking in the top left, want to point out a couple things here. So we have up top your 2020, the tax year, which is the most current year, and a look at the historical growth in your tax base. And so currently we're at $44.8 billion, and that is averaged over the years just about 3%. And of that, you apply your tax rate. And so the M&O portion is 45 cents. On the INS side, or the portion that goes to pay your debt service, is down to 3.87 cents. And I'll point out, going back to 2012, the last time you took on a very sizable project that has declined every year down to where it is. It was up at 5.4 cents. And now we're back just below the 4-cent mark, which is a mark that we've been asked to help you manage and maintain right there between the 4 and 5 cent range. So we're comfortably back at that spot. Part of that decline also comes from some of your sales tax that is also used to offset some of your INS and debt service cost. Your major taxpayers are there in the top right. They continue to do well. It's a good mix. We'll point out Western Refining, of course, has been purchased and is part of Marathon now. For tax records purposes, it still does show as Western, so we just wanted to point that out to you. And then, of course, some of your top taxpayers, employers, there in the bottom right. So together, all of this makes up your tax base, which again is what primarily is looked at by the rating agencies, and is also used to establish and bring in your revenues in order to not only do your maintenance and operational cost and yearly budget, but it's also what we use as the primary source for accomplishing your capital projects and maintenance projects. Flipping over to the next slide, please. This is a look at the current debt obligations within your debt portfolio, and you'll see there's approximately 10 different outstanding debt issuances ranging for some certificates of obligation. There's state infrastructure bank loans there as well. And really what we're doing here is trying to evaluate how much debt you currently have as it's been reduced over the years. And then on the very right-hand column, if there's opportunity to perform refinancings into lower interest rates and save money for the county. There is one bond there you see that has a 2/15/21 call date. However, due to the size on that remaining outstanding, approximately $3 million, it doesn't currently make sense or provide economic advantage for you to refinance that at this time. All right, moving along onto this slide. This is another representation of your debt portfolio and the payments that you have coming over the next 15 years or so. And you'll see all the way on the left-hand side, you have this year's debt service, then you have 2022, and then you'll see a pretty substantial step down in your total payments. And so this is what I was talking about when I say capacity. And the capacity here is the ability to go after projects on your capital improvement plan and other long-term capital improvement plans, items that you've identified, and layer those on without increasing your tax rate. And so you've been paying down your bonds here over the last 10 years or so without issuing new money, and it's provided this option here, this capacity, in order to take on new projects. And that was done purposely with county administration and with your budget and fiscal policy office in order to make room for some of the projects that you have coming. Okay, I'm going to move on here to an analysis that we performed, looking at just how much this capacity would be if we maintain some particular tax rates. And so we've looked at what happens if we keep you at 4 cents. Again, you're at 3.87 here currently. If you were to pull out the sales tax portion that helps to pay debt service, you'd be right about 4 cents. So maintaining the current level is effectively what that first scenario is. The second scenario, we've looked at 4.5 cents. How much capacity or projects would you all be able to accomplish? And then we have a final scenario at 4.75 cents. And what we found is if we keep you at that 4 cents level, this year you have approximately $6 million of capacity available to you without increasing the tax rate beyond that 4 cents. And then the following year, if you issue that $6 million and then you keep the 4 cent tax rate again as your cap, you have about $45 million available next year. And that's because of that pretty large step down in your total debt service structure. And then in 2023 after that, there'd be another $10 million. And part of the reason you're able to keep taking on projects each year is by design. Part of this is by growth and the healthy growth that you all have had in your community. We've taken a very conservative growth rate for our projections. We've used 2.5% for this year, but after that it's down to 1% for 10 years time. Then after that it's at 0% growth. So pretty conservative. The 4.5 cent rate, of course, increases project size pretty substantially. 25 million this year, 75 to follow, and 25 after that. And then a 4.75 cent scenario equates to approximately 30 million this year, 100 million next year, and 30 million the year after. So, of course, these are all pretty linear. There's other options. There's other ways to take on more or less and maintain these rates. But as far as get in front of you here, like I said, in the late winter, early spring, as you begin to evaluate which projects you have coming up and what your financing options are at certain levels, we wanted to get this in front of you. So I have a little bit of detail here on the following pages. I'll just briefly show you. I'm not going to do a deep dive just yet. I know we're scheduled to visit with you hopefully in the coming month and give you a little more insight during a workshop setting. So, but again, this is that 4-cent option, and it's just showing there at the bottom how you can layer on each debt issuance without increasing your tax rate, which is represented there in the blue, and still leaving future capacity for you. Each time it steps down and each time your tax base grows, it allows you to, again, use that tool to finance some of your projects. Very low interest rates here currently have really driven a lot of capital projects around the state and around the country. We estimate on this first issuance a true interest cost on bonds today for the county's rating at a AA, and then the short nature of this type of debt obligation, we have it actually at 13 years, equates to about a 1.1, 1.2% cost of capital. Moving along to the next scenario, again, we're just displaying here the 4.5 cent that we showed you within the summary. It's a little bit of an increase from where you are today, but still within your 4 to 5 cent prescribed INS rate that you all have asked us to work within. Still low rates in that 1.2% range here for a deal or a transaction that would be done this year. We've increased those rates a little bit for historical averages when we project out to future years. And then lastly, the third scenario, 4.75 cents. Again, this shows how it can be layered on, accomplishing approximately $160 million worth of project cost at 4.75 cents, while still trying to maintain some capacity in future years for the county. Okay, so that's briefly what some of the financing capacity and bonding capacity is that's available to you. We do want to take you through now some of the current market news and interest rates. And so I'd like to invite my colleague, Dan Mahoney, here to present this section.
Thank you, Brad.
Well, good afternoon, everyone.
Yeah.
I'd like to once again thank everyone for having us on here. If we could move down to slide 13, we'll move into the starting up with the market update, with the municipal market update. As Brad mentioned before, we're at historically unprecedented low rates. The absolute lowest rates in recorded history were back in August of last year. We're about 11 basis points or 11 tenths of or hundredths of a percent off of those absolute lows, or about 5 basis points, or again 0.05% off of where we were this time last year. What that ultimately means is that if the county is interested in pursuing capital projects, now is a historically good time to do it. We've seen continued strong supply in the market, or rather weak supply and strong demand in the market, as investors are continuing to stay in the municipal space as opposed to getting into more risky assets such as corporate bonds or stocks. Ultimately, this, as I mentioned, is a good time for historically comparative borrowing. Moving into the next slide is, again, as Brad had mentioned before, we've seen a lot of issuers throughout the state, and in particular the southwestern region of the state, take advantage of these low interest rates to finance projects. If you look at slide 14, you'll see this is just a summary of the bond issuances of various Texas counties throughout the last quarter of 2020. Again, a very heavy supply throughout that time period, very competitive market rates, very strong demand from investors. Moving down to slide 15, we talk a little bit about the economic recovery. I'm not going to read from the slide directly, but just to give you a broad picture, we're starting to see an economic recovery picking up. It's been particularly pronounced in states that have been less stringent on COVID-19 lockdowns, such as Texas. We are seeing retail unexpectedly drop throughout December, which was a surprise to most, as there's typically a holiday pickup in buying. However, there's some early reports that suggest that that might have been a little bit offset by earlier than normal buying for the holiday season through online buying earlier in the year. So we're going to keep an eye on that number and see if some more data coming out in the next couple months is going to really refine our analysis of that. Ultimately, what we do see is there's certainly room for continued improvements. And as the economy gets stronger in some phases, we certainly see weaknesses in others. As you know better than anyone else, COVID-19 can certainly be a hindrance to the community and its growth. And we're all hopeful for moving past the effects that's had on us, both our health and the economy. Slide 16 gives a little bit of news about Texas and what's been happening over the last couple months. One of the biggest surprises, both for us and throughout the nation, was really the Texas Comptroller's biennial revenue estimate. We were expecting much more significantly lower estimates of revenue. However, the state has had a lot of analysis going into and projecting out these revenues moving forward over the next 2 years. There was originally some fairly strong talk about the legislature taking up some issues that might have been considered more sin tax appropriate, such as potential for legalized gambling to come into the state. Current projections are showing a lot of that to be probably off for at least this legislative session, as the comptroller's budget forecast moves away from such more extreme new revenue sources. Sales tax have been a little bit lower in the last 7 of the past 11 months, but that's not to be unexpected. We saw a major drop off once COVID-19 really set in April of last year, and we've seen continued lowering in sales taxes since then. So a bit of an uptick in July, but we think that's probably largely owing to some of the recovery and injected cash into the market. Folks, that had received some recovery effort dollars, personal payments, making some big purchases in that time. Moving down into the next section, we'll get into our 2020 recap and 2021 outlook. We wanted to include this section for the fourth quarter so that we can get a kind of big picture of what 2020 looked like and add some information at what we think 2021 is going to look like moving forward. Slide 18 kind of provides the overview of what we're had here in the 2020 overview. In the economic front, we've seen significantly lower GDP growth in 2020. It's not particularly surprising to anyone. We do see some pretty strong GDP forecasts for 2021. We're looking at a forecasted 3.9% growth. To give that a little bit of context, the United States Federal Reserve System has moved into a new policy of targeting a 2% inflation growth on a year-over-year basis. So if we do end up seeing a 4% move, that would be above what the Federal Reserve is keeping in their target. And if that were to happen, we might see some interest rate movements on the short end of the yield curve. Down to the next section, yield curves. As I've mentioned a couple times now, yields are significantly lower in 2020 than they had been in prior years. This is owing largely to both recovery efforts, the pressure to keep rates low to help issuers and borrowers such as the county to be able to tap capital markets for further investment to try to help combat the recession that we're well underway in. We do see muni ratios declining a little bit. What this means is lower rated municipal bonds are trading closer to higher rated paper. This again just kind of tells the story we already are knowing, and that there's not a lot of municipal paper in the market and a lot of investors that are interested in getting their hands on some really strong municipal paper. What this again means directly to El Paso County is if the county commissioners do decide to move forward on some of these capital projects that we've talked about and we've shown you the financing capacity for, we're still in good shape for that. 2020 was a record for municipal supply, but 2021 is already off that pace. This is again owing to largely, as I've said before, the low rate. A large number of issuers throughout the country refinanced some of their bonds last year, taking advantage of those low rates. The next slide gets a little bit more into the same conversation that I've been telling you about, that the supply and the demand metrics are just not even. We have significantly greater demand than we do of new issue supply. And what that's doing is just forcing rates to stay low indefinitely. We're going to continue to monitor this mismatch as time moves forward to see if it slowly corrects, starts to suddenly more quickly correct. And then if so, we'll use that information to really update our projections for where we think 2021 is going to go. Slide 20 is a more specific target at the municipal bond market. As I've mentioned already, we've seen a significant decrease in municipal yields year over year. We're a little bit off of where we were, just a little bit above where we began 2020, but we also had a much different market outlook this time 1 year ago. So we're pretty confident rates are going to remain kind of in this very low range. Consensus opinion doesn't project rates moving more than 50 to 75 basis points or 0.5 to 0.75%. So we are still confident throughout the rest of 2021 that issuance is probably going to be much more driven by issuer needs and not simply by low interest rates. The next slide, slide 21, discusses the taxable municipal market. A couple of years ago, this would be something we'd almost not bother talking about at all. Taxable municipal bonds have, for the last decade or so, been significantly muted in the face of tax-exempt issuance. The last time we saw this much taxable issuance was in the 2009-2010 recovery efforts, when we saw programs such as Build America bonds, which were federally taxable by design, but received a government subsidy to make them effectively akin to tax-exempt bonds for the municipal issuer. Right now, what we're seeing is a much bigger push for taxable municipal bonds throughout the nation, owing largely to the current prohibition on tax-exempt advanced refundings. So, quick refresher, in the recent Tax Cut and Jobs Act, they had taken away the ability for municipal issuers to advance refund bonds on a tax-exempt basis. A refresher on that, advanced refundings are when we complete a new issuance to refund bonds, even though we're not yet to the call date. Municipal bonds, unlike your home mortgage, typically aren't refundable at any time. We have to wait until pre-described call dates. And so given that a lot of issuance is happening well in excess of those call dates, we're seeing a lot of taxable issuance making up that market. Our outlook for 2021 is, as I've kind of tried to drive into, moving into slide 22, we're hopeful, but tacitly. There's certainly a long road to recovery ahead of us, but there's starting to see some early signs that we think could really help out in the long term. Some of this has to do with COVID-19, some of the vaccine research being done, the distribution that's getting out there, and the positive effects we're having and noticing immediately. We're also looking at some growth throughout the majority of the economy. For most of 2020, we were hurt twofold by the number of people that couldn't work, but also trying to figure out how to work, for those of us that could work remotely, how to transition from an in-office environment to everybody working at home. Given that everyone's had now almost an entire year to figure that out, we're starting to see a little bit more growth pick up in the economy as people are really starting to figure out how to be productive in this new normal. The last major piece of what we think is going to be a stabilizing effort is the new administration. It's committed to bipartisan outlooks and different policies. We are tacitly hopeful that this will continue. We currently have a divided government with the White House and the House of Representatives firmly in Democratic control. The U.S. Senate is a 50-50 split, which is going to prevent any major legislation or action from being able to happen too quickly. In a way, businesses tends to be very fond of this because we can make large long-term projections moving forward without having to worry about volatility. So again, we're tacitly hopeful that the new administration is going to be beneficial for business and the long-term recovery. The next slide, slide 23, just shows our projections. We have many different ideas on what we think are going to be major policy initiatives and things that are going to affect the economy. The top of the slide shows that COVID-19, fiscal and budget policy, and monetary policy are really the big three actions we think are going to have an impact on the U.S. growth for the coming year. We see the Chinese economy and the ongoing trade battles as being something of concern to keep our eye on, but not something that is as imminently pressing as it was nearly a year ago. There's many, I know I've spoken to this group before about our, quote, shape of the recovery. It seems to be the consensus opinion right now is that it's going to be a, quote, Nike swoosh, in which case we see sort of a down sloping economy that slowly and smoothly comes up. If that continues that way, it's going to meet most of economic forecasts and would be positive for the economy as expectations are met. Slide 24 just goes a little bit more specific at some of the yield curve projections that we have. The biggest takeaway from this slide is that we expect short-term rates to stay pretty much indefinitely into the future, but we do expect to see rates start to move out some on the longer end of the yield curve, moving from, roughly 20 basis point gain in the front end to about 30 basis points in the middle, and then all the way up or staying in that same about 30 basis point range. What that means is throughout the year, we're going to see slightly increased borrowing costs moving forward, but they're still going to be at this very unprecedented historical low. So if the Commissioners Court continues down the path of considering new capital projects, we certainly think that there's still lots of opportunity for issuing bonds at a very favorable rate. Last page, page 25, simply summarizes some of our forecasts. As we've said, we're expecting unemployment to stay below or drop below where its current levels at. 2020 has obviously been the highest we've seen in a long time, and we expect that recovery to be coming throughout the year. We'll see rates move up. We'll see supply potentially move up from where it is now, but we're not anticipating anything major. Long and short is that we expect 2021 to hopefully be a little bit more calm and normal than 2020 was, barring any future developments in COVID-19 or any other global catastrophes.
Thank you, Dan. Commissioners and Judge, thank you for your time. We'll pause there. We're happy to answer any questions you may have. I know that's a little bit longer than our typical presentation, but we did want to give you the year in review, and then also help set you up here for the coming spring and summertime.
No, excellent presentation. I was going to say that I feel a little bit more comfortable that, uncertainty obviously is your worst enemy for predicting, but I think we've got a better understanding of the pandemic. I mean, we know where it hits, we know the impact of it, we know. Do you feel, Dan or Brad, that given what we know, it's not as much uncertainty because we've already experienced one full year? Do you feel more comfortable in that forecast, knowing that we have a better sense? We know that the vaccine, we didn't know that was going to happen. We know, it's taking time, but we know we're going in the right direction. So anything you can talk about, a little bit of confidence as to the forecast, even though we're still in the midst of the pandemic?
Yes, sir. Yes, Judge. So, like you said, we've largely been able to identify in the municipal market where the areas are going to be hit. And when you talk about counties and cities and school districts, primary way of financing their projects being through property taxes, that is largely a stable sector. And here in Texas, we're seeing actually quite a bit of growth when you talk about property value and the new companies and corporations coming to the state to relocate here. The more riskier sectors that we're seeing, and that certainly are seeing some higher interest rates, in fact, would be bonds that are maybe like airport bonds, convention center bonds, or hotel tax bonds. Really, these specific type of projects that have a revenue stream that has been affected a lot more than home and property valuations. So we do feel confident in the base level and the type of projects that you all would take on, not only because of being able to evaluate those revenue streams, but like you said, the vaccine's starting to be rolled out, and a lot of hope in the market that will start to take hold, and we'll see hopefully a return to some normalcy, if you will, within the economy. We've already found a lot of ways to be able to work within the confines, but a lot of the retail and sales tax could certainly improve even more so. I know the county is done well still in that area, but we'd like to see the effect of travel and hotel leisure certainly after the vaccines.
No, thank you. And Wally, as it pertains to us, any additional comments or observations?
So, Judge, in conversation with Ms. Keller, and as you're aware, we have our strategic planning upcoming. We plan on bringing both our financial advisor and our bond counsel into one of our future meetings in either February, but more than likely in March. Been in conversations with Central Appraisal District, as you've seen of late, even in the paper. The El Paso real estate market is very strong right now. You are going to see home values changing this year more than originally anticipated last year. However, there's a little bit of bifurcation in valuation because we suspect to see some potential challenges on commercial property value and retail business, especially those that were affected by the pandemic and our value, our sales-based values. So, as Ms. Keller mentioned, and we spoke about in last month's special meeting, the upcoming appraisals coming out. I have a meeting scheduled sometime in mid-March with the Central Appraisal District just to get a sense for where we think the market may be going. But as noted by our financial advisors, this absolutely is there's never been a time like this for entities such as cities, school districts, and counties to be in the market, because we are at rates that have not been seen in decades and decades. So as we go into our strategic planning and we look at our capital needs, the capacity overview they gave you is probably a little bit of a conservative capacity overview, because in conversations I had with our financial advisors in preparation for today's presentation, the valuation took a conservative approach, which typically they will do. So there may be some additional capacity we can pick up after we see our appraisals come in. So.
And then just finally, for our workshop, if there's any comparatives of other counties or similar counties, just so we have a sort of a framework of comparison as to how we're doing, and based on our situation versus theirs. I mean, that always helps me to put it in a reference point, and that whatever you could do there would surely help.
We'd be glad to do so, Judge.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Commissioners, any comments before we move on? Okay. Brad and Dan, thank you. We look forward to that workshop. We're all sort of excited to get into the weeds a little bit as things move forward. So thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you all.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a good day. Caesar.
Item number 7B from presentations. Receive a presentation and discuss the monthly report from the Council of Judges.
Good afternoon, County Judge, Commissioners. It's nice to see you today. This is Mike Cicero on behalf of the Council of Judges. Our report is an update on our pandemic circumstances and a review of our court's performance during 2020. We are now completing a Council of Judges 2020 year in review that we will be sharing with each of you when it is completed. The first pandemic certifications to hold in-person hearings were required by the state on June 1st, and El Paso's Council of Judges met the requirements from the start. While we continued to work by video conference, plans were laid to begin in-person hearings and even trials. And then the number of cases started to rise. By December, the spike in El Paso County and then the rest of Texas caused a re-examination of the requirements, and new conditions for certification were published by the state just before the new year. Now certification requires that the local public health authority specifically determine that conditions are conducive to holding in-person hearings. In discussions with Dr. Ocarranza, he determined that the conditions in El Paso are not conducive to holding in-person hearings at this time. Judge Linda Chu and I have discussed the new requirements with the Justices of the Peace in the El Paso Municipal Courts, and for now we are not holding in-person hearings except for a few essential matters that cannot be heard remotely. We are monitoring conditions and look forward to recertifying when conditions approve. These health and safety restrictions have impacted the ability of courts to resolve cases since the first week when we had emergency orders handed down in March. Next slide, please. What I would like to show you and the public today is how successful El Paso County has been in 2020 in reaching resolution in different types of courts. Our primary measure of court performance is the clearance rate. A clearance rate is the number of cases that are resolved divided by the number of new cases filed. There are many things that can affect a court's clearance rate, yet the rate is a useful barometer of how a court is keeping up. From conversations with other criminal justice professionals across Texas, I believe that El Paso courts and our county partners have been among the most successful in keeping cases moving forward. The slide you see here are for felony and misdemeanor cases in 2020. Since March, the courts have been under orders from the Texas Supreme Court and the Texas Criminal Court of Appeals to severely limit in-person proceedings and trials. This has had an especial impact on criminal cases where defendants have a right to confront witnesses and to attend hearings that affect them. With help from the Sheriff's Department, Community Supervision and Corrections Department, our court clerks, audits, budget, county administration, and CJC, the DA's office, the Public Defender's office, and other attorneys, the courts have worked hard to move and resolve as many cases as possible. The takeaway from our work is that video conferences, and particularly the Virtual Plea Processing Center that's run by CSCD, have had a real impact in helping us keep up with our dispositions. I want to also say that the CARES Act funding was a huge help as we switched to video conferencing and prepared for in-person hearings. So that would be for PPE and much of the electronic equipment that we use today. Next slide, please. Civil cases do not have as many requirements for holding a remote hearing, yet they often are considered non-essential in that they do not affect the liberty interests or the safety of the participants. Fortunately, we have seen a number of online bench trials and other hearings taking place, and you'll see that the clearance rate has not declined too sharply. The family courts, on the other hand, handle some cases that can be held as an emergency in-person hearing, and there are some proceedings involving children that take extra care. Still, also in the family courts, we are seeing clearance rates hold up fairly well, again, mostly to video conferencing. Next slide, please. The probate courts were perhaps most affected by the pandemic. Judge Pat Chu helped me with the following comments. Initially, the volume of cases may have decreased at the beginning, but they've slowly come back up. The probate courts lost many of their wards to COVID, especially those in nursing homes or mental health care facilities, but they also gained many more wards as a result of the pandemic. We also see that there has been an increase in temporary guardianships. And while the probate courts have relied principally on video conferencing, they found that this is not as effective as home visits or direct evaluations. Particularly for mental health hearings, they find it's harder for the ad litems to connect with their clients and also more difficult to control patients. Okay, although you'll see in the chart that there appears to be a steep decline in mental health cases, this is not really the case. First, mental health facilities have been shut down from time to time, and the psych center also at one time became a hotspot. Other hospitals began sending all of their patients through mental health patients through the emergency rooms. By the time patients were cleared through an emergency room for COVID, they were often better because they had received their medications. Overall, Judge Chu thinks filings have increased steadily since the beginning of the pandemic, and unfortunately, they are seeing many more deaths within age groups that they don't normally see. So the probate courts have had more volatility and is affected more, we believe, more directly by the pandemic. Next slide, please. The jail magistrate court runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week out of the jail, and this has not changed because of the pandemic. The magistrates give legally required warnings to arrestees, they double-check paperwork, and they make bond decisions at magistration, and if necessary, again, at the 48-hour bond hearings. The number that we've highlighted and that jumps out here is that there is a clear increase in bond hearings. In 2019, federal cases in Harris County, Galveston County, and Dallas County over pretrial detention required Texas counties and courts to reassess their processing of arrestees. In particular, federal courts have found that cash bonds may result in disparate treatment of similarly situated arrestees, and that some processes result in their unreasonable detention. Judge Alma Trejo, Chief Magistrate Penny Hamilton, and a number of departmental representatives prepared a plan to accelerate the bond hearing process. With grants from the Texas Indigent Defense Commission and a sizable appropriation from the Commissioner's Court, the 24-hour bond hearing process began on April 1st. The 24-hour bond hearings have been a remarkable success. Unless arrestees pose an unacceptable public safety risk, they are now processed out of jail more quickly. This reduces the number of jail beds they require, and this helps minimize the risk of COVID spread in the jail. The number of bond hearings increased from 2,800 in 2019 to over 4,000 in 2020, an almost 50% increase. The process, I'm told, has operated at approximately 75% of the expected cost and is being managed efficiently. Best of all, El Paso can be justly proud of protecting the constitutional liberty interests of its citizens, leveling the playing field by accounting for the arrestees' ability to afford bond as required by the new federal rulings. That covers the clearance rates for all the courts. Again, I want to thank everyone who's had the persistence and put in the hard work in 2020 to make sure that we're doing the best job we can at affording the constitutional rights to our arrestees, to our litigants, and our respondents. And again, we're continuing to work as hard as we can to make sure that once we can return to the courthouse full throttle, that we are prepared and have minimized the effect of the pandemic. That concludes our report. Are there any questions?
No, Mike, just I want to thank you for, as always, a great partnership, but I don't think anyone has had to do as much adjustments because things have to continue no matter what. I mean, people get arrested, we have jails, we have, our liberties. I mean, they have to continue. And just very, just amazing how much work you've had to do to make those adjustments and continue to, being able to address all the issues. And so we thank you for that. Also on the executive crisis planning, you and your team do an excellent job of participating and trying to help us understand. Sometimes we're blind to each other, and if it weren't for us connecting, we would know sometimes what are your challenges and what are our challenges as a courthouse. And so just it's been amazing, the partnership, and Judge Chu and Judge Morales have done an exceptional job, and thank you for all the support of maintaining that relationship between the courthouse in general and then what you have to keep doing every single day. So thank you for that, Mike, and please pass it on to your team.
I will. We couldn't do it without your help. Every day is a challenge, but we are persevering as a county. And again, we're looking forward to brighter days.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Any questions, comments? If not, Caesar, back to you. Have a great week, Mike.
Thank you.
Item number 8 from the regular agenda, postponed January 25th, 2021. Accept the quarterly reports from the El Paso County Housing Authority.
Thank you.
Good morning, Judge Samaniego. Or I should say good afternoon.
Michael.
And good afternoon,
Welcome.
Commissioners. Miguel Hernandez, Executive Director, El Paso County Housing Authority. Well, it is nice to be back again to provide the court with our housing report. The PowerPoint presentation that you see before you will present a summary of the actions that EPSHA has taken on to protect its clients against COVID-19, along with other updates that has improved the way that we operate, and also provide you a status of the repositioning of our public housing. If we could go to the next slide, please. So like most organizations during the first quarter of 2020, EPSHA was in constant alert, gathering data from updates from the municipalities and from HUD. When March 2020 came around, it was very clear that our clients' income were going to be impacted due to several businesses closing temporarily. And we now anticipated a change in the manner in which we utilized our internal resources and placed pause on certain projects that would require personal contact with employees and housing clients. Our budget was reevaluated and focused on strategies that would increase and stretch dollars used to subsidize rent. Our highest priority was to ensure that none of our clients' housing or their rent was affected due to the loss of their income. So EPSHA would manage increasing housing assistance payments to pay directly to all of their landlords, and the EPSHA board focused its efforts to implement business strategies that would affect our clients so that they can afford rent in the future, and in the event that the landlords in the market decided to increase the rent. Next slide, please. Now, the pandemic certainly affected the manner in which EPSHA operates. In this slide, the court will see that there's 3 charts that compares our projected versus our actual numbers of clients that we process related to admissions, recertifications, and interims. The bars are going to denote the number of clients that we process related to the number of actuals for the entire year of 2020. The admission process, as you're going to see, significantly dropped due to clients staying in place. Once the pandemic hit, nobody was moving, nobody was transitioning out, and since some of our clients affected their ability to retain employment, they were not able to apply for home loans. The following chart that you see there, the recertification of our clients, all of our housing clients must recertify to determine eligibility of housing assistance for the following year. So families are scheduled based on expiration date, and they're brought in 2 months prior to that expiration date. The first quarter shows that we were right on target. However, after March, you're going to see that several of our clients did not certify on time due to things that were out of their control. Some examples would be them requiring to bring in documentation from their employer. Sometimes if they're going to add additional family members, they needed birth certificates or social security numbers. And so since some of the offices were closed, it delayed the process. The last chart will indicate where we were most impacted, and that is the number of interims, meaning the number of transactions that impacts a change in the client's housing portfolio. Some examples would be calling in to report a loss of income, or an increase or decrease of family members in the family composition, reasonable accommodations. The workload in this particular area increased by 471%. You can only imagine the number of calls that we experienced during this period. But I am very proud of the staff at EPSHA. Like all organizations, we too experience various hurdles to maintain our business and services open and accessible. The EPSHA staff transitioned to working from home, and we were committed to answering every phone call to continue to offer exceptional customer service. I am very grateful for the team that we have in place. Their dedication allowed us to remain open. We kept our regular business hours and made changes to our business methods to accommodate social distancing practices by handling transactions remotely. When we budgeted for this particular fiscal year, typically we budget at full capacity, where one employee will handle no more than 220 family transactions. Their workload did go over capacity by 38%. However, we were able to implement new business practices that accommodated the increase of work. Next slide, please. In this next slide, I just wanted to provide the court with an example of why interims increase so dramatically. Example of phone calls that we received during 2020 were families calling in to report that they've been laid off, or maybe they're placed on unpaid furlough. Some of them lost jobs. Sometimes we will receive job loss notices in a month from the same family because there's 3 working adults and each adult was maybe affected at a different period. They've also maybe had an experience in change of family composition, such as maybe the birth of a new child or taking on a new family member. And unfortunately, if a family member passed away due to COVID or other reasons, they would call in to report that they're downsizing the family. Sometimes they ended up getting new unemployment, so they have to report the new income. And sometimes they started receiving unemployment benefits, so they called to report that. And we experienced a lot of reasonable accommodations. There were clients that ended up being hospitalized, but then released, but needed to have maybe a larger unit to rent because they had oxygen tanks, hospital beds, those type of things where we needed to accommodate and ensure that these individuals had their own space. Next slide, please. So one of the things that we wanted to ensure that the court is that the board was very meticulous in ensuring that any changes that we did was for the better and that it never affected any of our Section 8 participants. Since our Section 8 participants are all spread out from as far east, Socorro, all the way to Tornillo, or on the far west side, the Canutillo Westway area, what we did, instead of handling in-person transactions, we eliminated that and we went electronic. So one of the neat thing about the CARES Act monies that were allocated to housing authorities is that we were able to use some of those monies to upgrade our technology. And that really helped out a lot of our Section 8 participants. A lot of them are very tech savvy. And so for them to email, scan their documents, send it to us electronically or by fax just really made their life a lot easier. So we were able to help them out in that particular area. Next slide, please. We also want to inform the court that HUD came through to help out the housing authorities because our biggest concern was, since we understand the families were not able to comply with certain things, such as maybe recertifying timely, we hated to implement or enforce our current policies that would have them lose their housing assistance. So what HUD did is they released Administrative Notice 2020-33. There was a second revision released November 30th of 2020. And what that allowed is a list of waivers that housing authorities can choose to participate with board approval so that we can have a leeway and give a waiver of the policies that we have in place, such as the recertifications. And the waivers here, they would allow a housing authority to give families up to 6 more months for them to comply with recertification. And it gave other exemptions so that housing authorities had time to catch our family members up with requirements like inspections or turning in documentation. Next slide, please. Okay, in this next slide, we would like to share with the court changes that EPSHA has made to improve the communication, resources, and documents between its board members and staff. We used to manage a lot of the communication with our board members through emails and through phone calls. And anyone that manages these type of communication can understand it sometimes is time consuming and can be cumbersome. Once we procured Boardable, it is a board management software and it allocates all of the documentation, communication in one particular portal. Best of all, it also allowed us to comply with the governor's orders to temporarily suspend meetings in congregating settings and physical locations to protect our members of the community, our staff, and our board. Boardable is essentially a portal where a board member can log in. They may be, their profile may be subject to having multiple accesses. Sometimes a board member of EPSHA will be sitting in a finance subcommittee or a governance subcommittee, even maybe both. So their profile will be managed by the authority so that they can get reminders to their phones or emails of upcoming meetings. It also allows them to get reminders on maybe new documents are available for their review. And best of all, it allows us to do electronic signatures remotely. So it's been a huge time saver. It's helping us become more efficient, and it allows our board members to access the meetings remotely, whether they're on their desktop, a tablet, or their mobile device. Next slide, please. So that just gives you an example of how they're able to view it on different type of electronic devices. Next slide, please. So on this slide, you're able to see an example of the features that Boardable gives. We're able, just like we're using right now, very similar to Zoom, this feature allows to view all of our board members, anybody that calls in for public comment. What I like about this portal as well is that we're able to set up a link it to our EPSHA website so that it can update the community on the new agenda that we posted, updates on maybe special sessions that we might have, but it also provides a link so that they can join and get the information to call in, etc. Next slide, please. We also would like to inform the board that we did receive additional capital fund monies. Right now, our total budget for capital projects is $535,836. Our board originally approved funds to be applied to replacing new refrigerators, stoves, range hoods, stove tops, do some gas conversions from electrical to gas, water heaters, and installing a new roof at Sanchez Complex. What we ended up doing, though, is contracting a company to come in and do a physical needs assessments to our buildings, particularly the ones in Fabens. The properties there in Fabens, which is public housing, the properties are fairly new. These were constructed back in the early 80s. So they're not in bad status, but we still want to make sure that we maintain any type of changes. The physical needs allowed us to get experts, electricians, construction, plumbing, all that in one report to present it before our commissioners. So after we received the report, we did do some adjustments, and the board approved for us to replace kitchen cabinets, countertops, flooring, furnaces. We had to address a ponding area in the parking lot, and then we're replacing the metal doors at the Solis Community Center. Next slide, please. One of the things that has really been successful with our community is the family self-sufficiency program that EPSHA has implemented years back. Every year it gets bigger and bigger, and we were very concerned that with this pandemic, we were not going to have our annual events. But the team was very creative, and the participation was a huge success. I encourage anyone to go to our Facebook page, which is EPSHA, and you'll see that there's videos and pictures of all of the community partners, such as United Way, El Pasoans Fighting Hunger. We had Vantage Bank be one of our sponsors. In this particular slide, you're seeing that we held our back to school event, even though the children were attending school remotely. A lot of our low income families out in the rural communities still needed help so that they had resources at the home to help the children learn. We were able to donate 700 backpacks. 450 backpacks. We had 700 people in the community attend. We had a food drive, so we had a two-lane drive-through, and then we break down the number of families per zip code. And you'll just notice, for example, Fabens was the largest area. We had 404 families, but we did have families that came as far as Fort Hancock to come in and participate. We did give 700 bags from the food pantry, and one of our donors was Vantage Bank. We can go to the next slide, please. Another thing that we did is we did a Thanksgiving giveaway. The team was able to obtain donations. We had a local cricket vendor donate us 42 boxes of necessities for the families there. We included like a little care package. So we were able to give each family member a turkey, along with other things like side dishes, plates, utensils, pies, and those type of things. We also focused on helping our residents with young children, newborns, and we were able to get donations of new things such as strollers, walkers, diapers, high chairs, baby food, and other items to help with those children. Next slide, please. Okay, and lastly, as you may recall in one of our past report that the Authorities Board has approved EPSHA to participate on a public housing reposition program that is called Streamlined Voluntary Conversion, SVC. This program converts its public housing portfolio to a Section 8 program. The benefits of this program is that it changes the federal dollars from public housing to a Section 8 program, and that's initially that money that comes in, it will definitely help the authority with a long-term sustainability plan of the housing projects. Once the conversion occurs, that changes opportunities for the housing authority, such as maybe financing future projects to do new construction or to apply for tax credits. Right now, where we're at is that we have obtained a legal team, a law firm locally, and also a law firm from outside of El Paso that specializes in these type of housing repositioning. And they're well experienced with working with HUD, and they've done these conversions with other housing authorities in Texas. We will be having an upcoming board meeting in February, which will include items that will open for discussion and possible actions that will create opportunities for us to do the conversion. And the window that we have received from the attorneys is that this conversion should be completed within the next 6 months. And the list that you see before you is a list that we've received from HUD. It's just a checklist. We have completed approximately 30%. There is one section which would be kind of like the fourth bar that you see there called local government consultation. Since when the County Housing Authority was incorporated, the County Commissioner's Court of El Paso was the one that helped establish the authority. So there's still some formalities where we will be setting up meetings soon to talk about jurisdiction of this change, and also making sure that the SBC plan is consistent with the state's consolidated plan. And we'll be definitely communicating through with Ms. Keller, keeping her informed, and then distributing the information before Commissioners Court. I gotta say that my board is very, very excited because now all the hard work that we've been doing in these past couple of years is finally coming to fruition. So we're excited of getting close to this goal so that we can now start discussing more projects that will allow us to expand and provide additional housing and family self-sufficiency. Next slide, please. And that concludes the report. I will entertain any questions that the Commissioners Court may have.
Well, thank you, Miguel. As we had this item on consent agenda, and as you can see, a lot of information. They're working with our families in the county. Thank you once again. I think one of your fortes, Miguel, besides others, is that your partnerships with other organizations. And it's obvious by, the food bank and all the different organizations trying to come together and do something for our community. So I'm going to ask Betsy that this presentation be given like you did today and not on consent agenda, because I think it's a lot of things that we learned from that. Looks like there's a silver lining in that there's some things that you're now more adequately technology-wise can connect quicker, faster, and do some things, even participation to your board, sessions, so many other things that bring the community together. So we thank you for doing that and for your insistence on creating equality in those very vulnerable situations. So anyone else or commissioners, any comments or?
Yes, Judge. I just wanted to thank Miguel for everything that EPSHA does for our community, especially our rural community. As you saw from the presentation, EPSHA doesn't just ensure affordable housing, but does so much more, everything from the Thanksgiving drive to the school drive to the diapers and the strollers. It's a go-to place for many people out in the rural communities, where when they know they need help, they know that they can always go to EPSHA, even if it maybe doesn't have anything to do with housing needs. So I wanted to thank Miguel and all of his team and his commissioners for all of their hard work and dedication to the people of our communities.
I'm thinking vaccines, Commissioner Olguin.
Yes, that's the next thing.
At that place, I mean, people know it's sad. They're great organizers, and so if we can pull something off and get vaccine from, because we're trying to reach as many areas, and those focal areas are so important because people are used to being there, and it's easy to generate interest there. So we might be coming back to you, Miguel, for this discussion.
Absolutely.
So, thank you once again,
Judge,
and my best to everyone.
I may add,
go ahead.
We've been keeping track of all the COVID updates, particularly of what's coming through the county. And so, I heard through the COVID team earlier that social determinants of health is very important. And that's something that the EPSHA Board of Commissioners had included as part of our strategic plan. So when we try to look at helping families reach self-sufficiency, housing is one component of social determinants of health. And so we always try to align our business plan with not only the county strategic plan, but also the other incorporated areas. So we're very glad to have very strong partners like the county and the other city councils. So thank you.
Thank you. Not surprised with your creativity, as always. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Judge.
Have a great day, Miguel.
You do the same. Thank you. Nice seeing you all.
Thank you. Caesar.
This brings us to our board appointments. Item number 9.
I'm sorry, Caesar. I think we need a motion to accept the reports.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
Okay,
You're correct.
so moved.
Second.
Commissioner Holguin,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. This brings us to board appointments now. Item number 9. Approve the appointment of Commissioner Precinct Number 3, Ileana Holguin's appointee, Carla Monsiváis, to the Ethics Commission for a 2-year term beginning February 1st, 2021 through January 31st, 2023.
May I, Judge?
Yes, please, Commissioner
Thank
Holguin.
you. Just to tell the court a little bit about Carla. Carla Monsiváis is a longtime resident of the Mission Valley and a graduate of the University of Texas at El Paso, where she earned her degree in interdisciplinary studies. Carla began her career as an educator and taught kindergarten prior to becoming an education administrator for the Region 19 Head Start program, where she provided leadership in the planning, implementation, and evaluation of federal Head Start services for children and families. After 12 years at Region 19, Carla became the manager of La Tapatia Inc., her family's restaurant and food distribution business and a staple of the Mission Valley. Carla has a long history of serving our community, having served as a member of the Community Development Block Grant Steering Committee for the City of El Paso, and also as a member of the Board of Directors of the Children's Grief Center of El Paso. I believe that Carla's dedication and commitment to our community would make her an excellent addition to our County Ethics Commission, and for that reason, I am requesting that the court approve her appointment today.
Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Holguin,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 10, approve the reappointment of Judge Ricardo Samaniego's appointee, Mary Elizabeth Glasheen Stevens, to the Ethics Commission for a 2-year term beginning February 1st, 2021 and ending January 31st, 2023.
Yes, and I too, obviously a reappointment. Most of us know Mary Beth very well because of the Better Business Bureau and the great relationship that we have with them and the great things that happen because of them. Also, her background in communication at UTEP. Overall, extremely pleased with her participation, and she's wanting to be reappointed. So I'd like to move to reappoint her for the next term.
Second.
Second.
Commissioner Holguin,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
And I think we have the Stevens there on the call. Are you there, Mary Beth?
I am.
Oh, good for you. Always enjoy the fact that that they're present. So we're very pleased. We want to thank you for being part of the Ethics Committee, and we're very pleased that you wanted to be reappointed. But if you want to say a few words, please.
Oh, I'm honored. It was an excellent experience so far, and just want to commend your staff for how they run the commission and the preparedness and required and all of that. They've done an excellent job and made me feel very comfortable as a part of the commission to be able to do our job the way it should be done. So I'm honored to participate and thank you for the opportunity.
Well, thank you. And I'd like to, so a little over and above, I want to thank you for not only for that, but your involvement in the community and always your great partnership and especially some of the things going forward that you're involved in with the funding and our economy. And so you've got a touch point with a lot of different things, but we want to thank you for that partnership and your passion to help our community.
No, I appreciate it, and it is truly my honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. You have a great day and great week. Thank you.
You too. Thank you all for everything that you do.
Thank you. Caesar?
Item number 11 from County Administration. Receive a report and discuss the CARES Act grant and the Coronavirus Response and Relief Supplemental Appropriations Act 2021.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. Wally Hargrove from the Office of Budget and Fiscal Policy. In regards to CARES Act, expenses and purchase orders currently total $15.7 million, while commitments total $2.5 million, leaving a balance of $9.3 million. We continue to work with the auditor staff on the reconciliation. Over the next couple of weeks, you will see some more significant changes to the remaining funding as we recognize a portion of the allowable payroll charges through the end of 2020, as well as the estimated impacts for the decedent holding facility that we started operating. The total of these two items will likely exceed about $5 million, which will bring the remaining budget to approximately $4 million by month's end. Our office will work closely with county administration as to the strategic usage of the remaining funds in light of the uncertainty of additional funding from the federal government. Regarding the Coronavirus Response and Relief Supplemental Appropriations Act funding, the $4.76 million for rental and utility assistance funding was part of your budget amendment you approved on today's consent agenda. Thank you, and this concludes today's update, and I'm available for any questions you may have.
You're muted, Judge.
Yeah, I was just asking if there's any comments or questions from the commissioners. And if not, thank you, Wally. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
This brings us to the items from purchasing. Item number 13. Approve the award recommendation for bid 21008. Purchase and installation of a new canopy at the County of El Paso Fabens Warehouse to Hawk Construction of El Paso, Texas in the amount of $205,600. Purchasing approved on January 21st, 2021. Funding is available in CIP 20 Facilities Construction.
Good afternoon. Deborah Carrejo, Troro County Purchasing Agent. For this item, we're requesting favorable approval of the bid results so that the contracting and installation of the canopies at the warehouse can begin.
Commissioner Leon, you're muted. You're muted, Commissioner Leon.
I had moved to approve, but am I at the I portion of it?
You're at the I portion.
Okay, aye.
I'm sorry, I missed the motion and second.
It was a motion
I'll
by
make a
Commissioner
motion.
Leon, I believe.
Is there a second?
Or second.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Olguin.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 14, approve the award recommendation for bid 21-009, as needed paving emulsion material for the County of El Paso to Quality Emulsions LLC of Mesa, Arizona, as indicated in bid tabulation. Purchasing approved on January 25th, 2021. Funding is available in special revenue, road and bridge, road resurfacing.
Deborah Carrejo Troll, County Purchasing Agent. The results of this bid, we are also requesting favorable approval. There were 3 respondents. None of them were El Paso vendors. I don't know if you may remember, you may not remember. We did query the community as to whether they could provide this, and of the vendors that did respond, some vendors said that it just wasn't something they could provide. With the court's approval, we'd like to begin contracting for this based on the results of this bid.
Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Holguin.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 15. Approve the award recommendation for bid 21-011 as needed base course material for the County of El Paso to Hueco Quarry Incorporated, doing business as MTI Material of El Paso, Texas, and Paseo del Norte Materials LLC of El Paso, Texas, as indicated on the tabulation. Purchasing approved on January 22nd, 2021. Funds are available in special revenue, road and bridge, road resurfacing. We do have a request from the purchasing department to postpone this item for 1 week.
So move to postpone.
Second. And I just want to make a clarification. Is the name of the company Paseo or Paso?
I thought it was Paseo, but
Because on the next one, it's Paso del Norte. Sorry, Miss Carrejo Troll. Go ahead.
We can double check that. I can have an answer to you within minutes. If that's okay, I can send it through Betsy.
I mean, if we're postponing it, it's fine. Just to make sure that it's the right name for next week when we're bringing it back. I don't need to know right now.
It's Paso. It's Paso, Commissioner. PASO.
Okay, so we just need to make that correction. Make sure that correction. Thank you.
If we correct it right now, then when we do post this back next week, we will go ahead and fix that. So we'll do that with the correction.
Thank you, Cesar.
Commissioner Holguin.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 16, approve the award recommendation for bid 21-012, up to 20,000 tons of paving rock, grade F, and up to 12,000 tons of paving rock, grade C, for the County of El Paso to Paso del Norte Materials LLC of El Paso, Texas, in an approximate amount of $455,600. Purchasing approved on January 22nd, 2021. Funding is available in special revenue, road and bridge, road resurfacing. We also have a request from the purchasing department to postpone this item for 1 week.
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Holguin.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 17, approve and authorize the award of elevator maintenance service for various locations for the County of El Paso using Omnia Contract R200502, Region 4 ESC 20-05, to ThyssenKrupp Elevator of Atlanta, Georgia, in an annual amount of $195,360. Purchasing approved on January 20th, 2021. Funding is available in various contract services 601404 and maintenance repair 600651 accounts.
Deborah Correjo, Troll County Purchasing Agent. We are requesting approval to use the Region 4 ESC through Omnia to obtain price controls related to the routine yearly maintenance of the elevators through ThyssenKrupp, who is our current vendor doing the modernization under other contracts.
Move to approve.
Move to approve.
We have motions to approve from the Commissioner Leon and from the County Judge. Would one of you second?
Second.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Holguin,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 18, approve award for security cameras and equipment for El Paso County Sheriff's Department using Region 19 Contract 177269, awarded to D.W. Collins Incorporated, doing business as AVX of El Paso, Texas, in the amount of $124,840.07. Purchasing approved on January 20th, 2020. Funding is available in CIP 21 SO Jail Annex renovations.
Deborah Correjo, Troll County Purchasing Agent. Favorable approval of the use of this competitive bid through the Region 19 contract allows us to contract with a local El Paso vendor for the purchase and installation of surveillance cameras for the jail system.
Move to approve.
Second.
Second.
Commissioner Holguin,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 19, approve award for high-speed Ethernet circuits services for Information Technology Department using GSA contract GS35F0426R, awarded to CenturyLink Incorporated, aka Lumen Technologies Incorporated of Monroe, Louisiana, in the amount of $1,172,291.41. Purchasing approved on January 25th, 2021. Funding is available in General Fund, ITD, Communications Data.
Caesar I'm sorry. I thought this was supposed to be postponed at the request of the ITD department.
That is correct. 1 week postponement for this item. If we could have a motion, please.
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Holguín,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 20, approve awards for County of El Paso Medical Examiners HVAC Remodeling Project using Region 19 Job Order Contract JOC 177261, awarded to Jordan Foster Construction of El Paso, Texas, in the amount of $833,810.19. Purchasing approved on January 28, 2021. Funding is available in CIP 20 Medical Examiner Renovations and General Fund Medical Examiner Cap-Out Renovations.
Deborah Carrejo Troll, County Purchasing Agent. I'm requesting favorable approval of this critical project. We would like to use the Region 19 Job Order Contracting, which is competitive bidding for remodeling services and services related to remodeling. This is for the medical examiner's office, and I understand that it is an immediate need.
Move to approve.
Move to approve. Second.
Commissioner Holguín,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deborah. Lots on your plate, but thank you for all you do. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Item number 21, County Auditor. Pursuant to the Texas Local Government Code, Section 114.023, 114.024, 114.025, and 114.026. Please accept the attached presentation and the interim financial report for the month ended December 31st, 2020. The interim financial report is located on the intranet at http://www.epcounty.com/auditor/publications/December/December.htm.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. Edward Dion, El Paso County Auditor. This is the fiscal month 3 financial report for the month of December 2020. We have all of these reports also out on our website under Auditor Publications under the monthly financial report. There's 11 sections out there, and there's a lot more detailed information for anybody to research and go into detail. The next slide, please. Executive Financial Summary. This is a summary of the funds for the current year. It includes revenues and expenditures for life-to-date funds. Shows all funds and then the general fund. Next slide, please. This is the condensed financial report for the month of December that we publish in the paper on Sundays. Just basically shows a general overview of the budgeted funds, fund balances, the revised budget as of now, life-to-date expenditures, encumbrances, requisitions, and then the available balance shows the budgeted funds and the multi-year funds. Next slide, please. Revenues, a summary of revenues. This slide represents revenues collected within the county, broken down by fund type. The focus here is of this presentation is going to emphasize on the general fund, which is the main operating fund. During the month of December, the general fund collected $99 million. And for the year to date was 125.2 million. Next slide, please. This chart provides a fiscal comparison, a depiction of revenues by category. Major revenues are property taxes and sales taxes, followed by charges for services. And there'll be a lot more details on the next slide. Property taxes increased by 6.8 million, almost 6.7%. Sales tax up by 433,000 or 4.79%. Intergovernmental increased by 272,000 or 44.27%. And just about everything else declined. Next slide, please. This is the breakdown of the 2020 year-to-date general fund revenue collections by revenue type compared to the same period last fiscal year. And the discussion is going to focus on major revenues. For the most part, general fund revenues collected are following a continual positive trend similar to last year's collections. And I'll just qualify that some of the changes we'll find that there's timing differences of collections on some items. This is a personal note. The net change above reflects an increase of 5 million or 4.18%. If you exclude property taxes and sales taxes, the net reflects a year-to-date decline of 1.7 million or 30.27% compared to the same time in the prior fiscal year. Just some of the major changes: property taxes increased by 6.8 million. Sales tax, as I said, year-to-date sales by 432,000 or 4.79%. Charges for services were down by 1.7 million, mainly due to COVID-19 related impacts. Interest decline of 340,000 due to the reduction in the Federal Reserve rate to near zero and corresponding reduction in the rates on government securities. The decrease has been mitigated by keeping more of our money in the bank, which we have a contract for a rate of 0.60%. In comparison to the investment and tax pool, which is a rate of 0.1198. Fines decreased by 267,000. Fines and forfeits were 238 of that decrease, of which 116 related to JP fines and 122,000 related to council fines. Intergovernmental increased by 272,000. And then miscellaneous revenues, there was a decrease of 147,000. The main decrease was sports park rental of 142 due to COVID-19. And then a decrease in mental health reimbursement relating to the guardianship program by by 16,000 due to COVID-19. Licenses and permits they went down by 40,000 due to a decrease in alcoholic beverage permits due to COVID-19. Next slide, please. This slide, the general fund revenues by source, this slide is an overview of the revenues collected compared to the estimated budget for the year. As of December 2020, it was 25% of the fiscal year expired. So far this year, general fund has collected 40.15% of the balance of revenues. This analysis excludes 79.7 million, which is designated fund balance reserves used to balance the budget. As I said, sales and use taxes were up by 433,000 or 4.79%, but subsequent to fiscal month 3, which is in January, on the 8th, we received the third sales tax payment for the year in the amount of 4.4 million, again exceeding the amount of the prior year by 3.63% when compared to the same period, fiscal period beginning for the fiscal period, to bring the year-to-date sales tax increase to 588,043, which is 4.42%. And as you've heard throughout the meeting this morning, is El Paso seems to be having better luck with sales tax receipts than most of the rest of the state, which is good news for us, but we're still being optimistic and hopefully it'll continue. Next slide, please. Of the total revenues collected as of fiscal month 3, taxes comprised approximately 94% of the revenues received, of which ad valorem made up 92% and sales tax made up 8%. Next slide, please. Charges for services totaled 4.52% of tax of the revenue collected. And it was included Sheriff's Department made up 7.13%, followed by the County Clerk, which was 17.35%. And then, as I said, the Sheriff collected 57% of the charges for service revenue, and the County Clerk was 17%. Okay, next slide, please. Fines and forfeits. Fines and forfeits represented 0.46% of the revenues collected to date. Justices of the Peace, 57.75%, and Council of Judges, 29.75%. Next slide, please. Intergovernmental revenues represented 0.71% of revenues collected to date. The Sheriff's Department was comprised in there, and it totals 33.71%. General government non-department was 28.09% of that, and then county attorney represented 23.6%. Next slide, please. This is a 3-year budget actual comparison. The current general fund revenue collections remain positive, as shown on this table, which focuses on a 3-year comparison budget to actual for the most significant revenue sources, ad valorem and sales tax. And as you can see, the trend of the percentage collected at this point in time is continually, it's showing a trend of going upward every year. We collect a little bit more than we did the prior year, which is very optimistic, and we hope it continues, especially in light of COVID-19. Next slide, please. Expenditures. Summary of expenditures by fund type. All expenditures within the county are broken down by fund type. For the month of December 2020, the general fund recorded total expenditures of $36.2 million and a year-to-date total of $69.3 million. The following slide gives a breakdown of the general fund expenditures in more detail. Next slide, please. Okay, the general fund expenditures broken down by category. Personnel and salaries and benefits, $58 million or 83.4% of the total expended. It was an increase of $12.1 million compared to FY 2020. The increase is related to payroll accrual, additional pay period in December, and a one-time supplemental pay to employees. Operating expenditures were $10.3 million or 14.8% of the total expended, and a year-to-date increase of $520,000 compared to the same time in 2020 due to the netting of a variety of increases and decreases. And in capital outlays, the expenditure increase was $970,000, mainly due to the El Paso County Mobility Project expense. Next slide, please. This is just a comparative pie, fiscal year 2020 versus 2021. The chart shows the percentage year-to-date expenditures through December 2020 for fiscal year 20 versus fiscal year 21. The expenditures are slightly higher compared to last year. FY expenditures run a little bit higher than the percentage of the year expired by 19.24%. And as I said earlier, it's mainly attributable to the extra payroll in December compared to this time last year. Next slide, please. General fund expenditures by function, budget and actual year-to-date as of fiscal month 03. The general fund expenditures during the year broken down by function as follows. General government was $17.4 million or 16.7% of the expended budget. Administration of justice, $16.4 million or 20.62%. Public safety, $32.3 million or 23.67%. And other functions, 3.2 or 4.66 of the expended budget. Note that the revised budget in the general government excludes $35.2 million. That's a reserve for emergencies. Next slide, please. The general fund expenditure comparison. General fund comparative actual year-to-date expenses FY21 versus FY20 by governmental functions in comparison to the same period of the previous year. Overall expenses are up by $13.5 million or 24.11% compared to FY20. Next slide, please. General fund expenditure comparison by function. General government increased by 4.1 million, mainly due to a change in a variety of departments. IT department increased by 2.1 million due to a variety of changes. There was an increase in the contract for services for the Optiv Security Inc. service contract. There was an increase of 1.2 million for the Tyler service contract, and an increase in hardware and rentals and leases for 268,000 for network leasing project. And then the general government and non-department decreased by 722,000. There was a timing difference with the CAD payment that was made by the county. The contract services general decreased by 278,000. FY 2020 due to the Paso del Norte Community Foundation Census 2020 outreach and marketing, which occurred in the prior year but not in the current year. And then travel and professional education decreased by 195,000 due to less employees traveling and basically related to COVID-19. Postage decreased by 52,000. Public Works non-department increased by 800,000 due to various charges. Construction increase of 68,000 due to the El Paso County Mobility Project, and the Capital Projects land an increase of 832,000 due to a land acquisition. And then county elections increased 175,000 due to various changes. Election expense increased by 198,000. Administration of Justice increased by 2.5 million. Public safety increased by 6.4 million. Health and welfare by 281,000, and resource development increased by 65,000. Culture and recreation was 145. And then we had public works decreased by 45. It was mainly a decrease relating to the stormwater improvement of 31,000. Next slide, please. This is just the breakout of the expenditures to date by function. Public safety accounted to 46.6 of the year-to-date expenses. General government was 25.1, administration of justice 23.6, and the remaining 4.66 other functions. And details of by function will be presented on the next slide. So the next slide, we're taking it out function by function. This one here is public safety, represented 46.6% of the expenditures to date. Sheriff made up 82.4% of those, followed by JPD, 12.4%, constables 3.02%, and other departments 2.17%. Next slide, please. General government made up 25.11%. Other departments made up 48.23%, and is comprised of 20 departments. ITD represented 26.56%. And auditors was 8.72%, and county district clerk was 7.9%. Next slide, please. Administration of justice comprised 23.6% of the expenditures to date. All other departments were 36.5% and represented 35 departments. District attorney represented 25.5% of that expense. County attorney 15.1%, public defender 12.2%, and district courts 10.51%. Next slide, please. Other functions. The other departments within that category represented 38.86%, included 16 departments. Medical examiner made up 21.5%. Golf course was 14.9%. Escarate was 19.13%. Next slide, please. Fund balance. We recently had this discussion from Mr. Hardgrove of Budget and Fiscal Policy regarding the fiscal year 20 year-end fund balance projection. It was originally, I think the last time I reported was 92 million. Now it's up to 95.5 or rounded to 96 for the fiscal year that just ended. That was mainly because there were expenditures that were planned that didn't come to fruition. A lot of it because of the COVID-19 impacts and the county's decision to hold the line in light of not knowing what's going to happen in the future. But the fund balance, like I said, assumes to hold the line. The budget grew substantially with carry forward appropriations from 2020 to 21, and the 21 budget did rise. And based on the decisions of the court, it's a $10 million for the FASTER program, for infusion into helping local businesses with the pandemic. My projection is 85 million by the end of 2020. That's subject to change. At this point, we'll be looking at it month to month. I'm currently working on my revenue projections for 2021 to see where we're going to end up, and also for 2022. So that's going to be a work in progress. And I'll be working with the Office of Budget and Fiscal Policy on a regular basis on revenues, and especially on the expenditure trends, because that's key to our fund balance declining. And at this point, like I say, a lot of it's up in the air. I'll be watching it weekly as the court makes decisions to expend funds. But at this point, this is our best guess that we'll have about 85 million at the end of fiscal year 21. With that, if anybody has any questions for me. If no questions, I'll just need a motion to accept the report. Thank you.
Move to accept.
Second.
Commissioner Holguin,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much. Take care. Stay safe.
Thank you, Edward. Stay safe. Likewise.
Thank you.
Item number 22, Economic Development. Postpone January 25th, 2021. Approve and authorize the county judge to sign the 381 Economic Development Agreement with Borderplex Community Capital, El Paso Community Foundation, as an administrator of the county's Financial Assistance for Safety, Technology, and Economic Resilience Program. Funding in the amount of $2,080,000 is available in General Fund, Faster, El Paso Community Foundation Contract Services. Contract number 2020-1128.
Thank you. Jose, go ahead.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. We'd like to request a one-week postponement on this item. We have been working with all three loan administrators and intend to have this on for next week, along with the other two loan administrator agreements with People Fund and Live Fund. And we'll be asking for the court to take action on all three at the same time.
Move to postpone.
Second.
Second.
Commissioner Holguin,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay. Thank you, Judge, Commissioners.
Thank you, Jose.
Item number 23, Health and Social Services. Approve and authorize El Paso County to accept the U.S. Department of the Treasury Emergency Rental Assistance Program Award to assist eligible households with rent and utilities due to the COVID-19 pandemic in the amount of $4,759,338.90 from February 1st, 2020 through December 31st, 2021. No county match is required. Contract number 2021-0052.
Good afternoon, County Judge, Commissioners. Irene Valenzuela with the Community Services Department. This item is just a formality asking you to approve the award from the U.S. Treasury Department for these funds that we applied for previously. They are specific to rental and utility assistance, so they will be addressing this specific need in our community. The amount of funds is a little bit over $4.7 million for this purpose. This item is to request your consideration to approve the award. I do want to add that
My team and I are currently preparing a plan to discuss the disbursement and how we will be deploying these funds in the community, and we'll be ready to present that to you next week, February 8th, in your Commissioners Court meeting of that date.
Thank you, Irene.
Judge, I've got a quick
Yes,
question.
Commissioner Leon, please.
Hi, Irene. One of the things that I've noticed initially, we had a sort of like a light turnout for rental assistance. Has it picked up in the last couple of months?
It's been steady, Commissioner. We did have the CARES Act funds available from August through the end of December. We assisted about 253 households with rent and mortgage from those CARES funds, and we expended almost $350,000 from that. And the reason it was slow was because of sort of the availability of outreach and communication efforts, but once the court promoted a communication strategy with the Paso Norte Health Foundation, and our team also did some very strategic on-the-ground outreach efforts, that picked up around October and November and December. So we were able to address a lot of that need in those latter months. And then when we saw some of the other agencies suspend services for a little bit, the city and Project Bravo in some cases, then we saw that uptick in our office pick up. And then once those organizations came back online and started providing assistances, then our requests started coming a little bit down. So it all depends on what everyone else is doing, but it is a steady request coming through our office.
Okay, thank you, Irene. You and your team are doing a great job. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that.
Well, thank you, Irene.
Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Holguin.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Irene. Thank you. Have a good day and good week. Thank you.
Item number 24, Public Works. Approve and authorize the county judge to sign the interlocal agreement, project development agreement for the Bob Hope Extension Project for engineering design services with the Camino Real Regional Mobility Authority, funding in the amount of $1,823,961.78 is available in general fund, El Paso EPCMP Professional Services General. Contract number 2021-0045.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Jose Landeros with your Planning and Development Department. This item is an interlocal agreement with the Camino Real Regional Mobility Authority for the design phase of the Bob Hope Extension Project, which will ultimately extend Bob Hope from its existing terminus at Loop 375 going east towards Mission Ridge Boulevard. The design of this project is funded by the county's general fund through the FY 2021 EP County Mobility Fund appropriation, and will take approximately 18 to 24 months to complete, given that the alignment of the proposed roadway will have some potential flood risks to address, and so there may be some additional permitting associated with that design, so we want to make sure we account for that appropriately. This will allow us to have a shovel-ready project in the event that a federal stimulus program becomes available or other funding opportunities become available at the El Paso MPO. And we are asking for the court's favorable consideration of this afternoon, and I'm available to take any questions the court may have.
Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Holguin.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 25, approve and authorize the county judge to sign the interlocal agreement for design of passenger bus shelters, passenger bus shelters project with the Camino Real Regional Mobility Authority for engineering design services. Funding in the amount of $571,651 is available in G5339 Bus 19 Capital Outlay Rural, and $224,000 is available in G5339 Bus 19 Capital Outlay Discretionary. Contract number 2021-0047.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioner Jose Landeros of the Planning and Development Department. This item is also an interlocal agreement, also with the Camino Real Regional Mobility Authority, for the design phase of additional bus shelters, benches, and stops throughout the county. This project of the design is funded through the Federal Transit Administration's 5339 program, which makes funding available for capital outlays for different transit providers. Through a partnership with the Texas A&M Transportation Institute, or TTI, the county has identified 27 full passenger shelter locations, approximately 50 bench locations, and approximately 40 standalone bus stop signs to implement across the county's existing routes. These signs, benches, and shelters are ultimately critical to ensure that the county is able to transition our bus service from a hail system to a fixed route system, which is a modern level of expectation from transit in today's society. With this design work completed, the county may begin to identify funding opportunities for full construction through local or state funding opportunities in the future. And we are asking for the court's favorable consideration, and I'm also available to take any questions that the court may have.
Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Holguin,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
I'm sorry, just a quick question, Jose. I know that Commissioner Robinson asked about this several months ago, and I asked about it a couple of months ago, but I don't remember what your answer was. In lieu, I understand what this agenda item is, but I understand also that the city has some bus stops that they no longer use. And I know I asked about that, but I can't remember what you told me last time.
Yes, sir. So we did reach out. So the consensus was, or the question was, whether or not we should be looking at possibly reusing and repurposing some of those existing shelters. We did speak to Sun Metro, and we felt that the nature and the shape and the condition a lot of these had been in were one of the reasons why they were decommissioned and removed from Sun Metro system, and they haven't necessarily been maintained or kept up. So we are looking to implement full brand new bus stops and shelters. And depending on the availability of funding, repurposing of the existing shelters from Sun Metro wouldn't necessarily be allowed, just to ensure that the longevity of the facility is guaranteed. So we did look into it. We didn't feel that it was feasible, but we do hope that we have, especially with the design of this full build out, some funding opportunities to bring forth to the court in the next few months to actually begin to construct all of these facilities that we're describing here today.
Okay, thank you. Aye.
Yes, sir.
thank you, sir. Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson, Commissioner Robinson. Thank you. Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Aye.
Thank you, Judge, Commissioners.
Thank you, Jose.
Item number 26, approve and authorize the county judge to sign the addendum to the county ThyssenKrupp elevator maintenance agreement, clarifying the master elevator maintenance agreement from January 1st, 2020, and extending the terms through June 30th, 2021, and thereafter on a month-to-month basis through December 31st, 2021. Funding is available in various accounts. Further approve the reallocation of funds from general fund parking garage enhancements capital out equipment and general fund facilities operations expenses general to general fund facilities contract services general. Contract number 2021-0017.
Good afternoon, Judge, County Commissioners. My name is Robin Sully, Director of Facility Maintenance. The purpose of this item is to ask that we continue the elevator maintenance service between ThyssenKrupp and the Facility Maintenance Department, not to exceed a year. It's up to your questions.
Thank you.
Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Holguin,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sully. Have a good one. Have a good week.
Thank you, Judge.
Item number 27, grant applications. Approve the submission of county grant applications as listed and described. If awarded, all grant award agreements will be brought back to the Commissioner's Court for final acceptance and approval. Item number 27, approve and authorize the DWI Drug Court Program to apply for the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration Treatment Drug Courts Grant in the amount of $387,716 from September 30th, 2021 to September 29th, 2022. Further authorize the county judge to sign the attestation letter as a requirement of the grant application. Contract number 2021-0066.
Good afternoon, Judge, County Commissioners. For the record, Leticia Vizcaino, Grant Analyst with Budget and Fiscal Policy. The item before you today is on behalf of the DWI Court, who is requesting permission to apply for year 4 of a 5-year non-competitive grant application funded by the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration in the amount of $387,716. The purpose of the grant is to provide treatment services to the participants of their program. If you have any questions, I can answer those for you now.
Thank you, Leticia. As always, just our compliments to a great court and for Judge Anchondo for everything that he does. So I'll move to approve.
Second.
Second.
Commissioner Holguin,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Leticia.
Thank you, Judge. I will make sure to pass on your kind words to the judge who's on the bench at the moment. Have a great day, all of you.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Item number 28, approve and authorize the Community Services Reentry Division to apply for the Bureau of Justice Assistance FY21 Second Chance Act Pay for Success Initiative grant in the amount of $1,100,000 from October 1st, 2021 through March 31st, 2026. No county match is required. Further authorize the county judge to sign the accompanying grant application documents. Contract number 2021-0055.
Good afternoon, once again, County Judge, County Commissioners, Irene Valenzuela with the Community Services Department. This item is on behalf of my Office of Reentry Services Division, who is requesting authorization to apply for this grant through the Bureau of Justice Assistance for housing interventions for those that are recently released from our county jail. This grant is for $1,100,000 over a period of 4.5 years. So that amounts to about $245,000 per year that, if awarded, could help us identify and address housing needs for those that are releasing from our jail system.
Thank you, Irene. This really supports a lot of what Commissioner Robinson talked about this morning about the homeless and trying to prevent additional. And this is very important, I believe, to what he spoke about this morning. So I'll move to approve.
Yes, sir.
Second.
Commissioner Holguín.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Have a great afternoon.
You too. Have a great week. Thank you once again, Irene. Okay.
Item
Caesar.
number 30. Approve and authorize the Planning and Development Department to apply to the Texas Department of Transportation fiscal year 2021-2022 Federal Transit Administration Section 5311 CARES Act 2 funding Rural Areas Public Transportation Grant in the amount of $1,989,155 from March 8, 2021 through December 31st, 2022. No county match is required. Further authorize the county judge to sign the certificate of obligation. Contract number 2021-0065.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Jose Letos with the Planning and Development Department. This grant is to seek out operational assistance from the Federal Transit Administration, utilizing a second round of CARES Act fund disbursements that's been made available to rural transit districts throughout the country. If awarded, the county plans to utilize the funding to fund the replacement of 5 buses to ensure that they are upgraded to modern CNG vehicles with the rest of our fleet. We'd also be adding 3 paratransit vans, which is in line with our goal to expand regional transit throughout the service area that we have. We'd also be implementing touchless fare boxes, which is something to help mitigate the spread of the virus, and also be looking to make investments in bus driver and passenger shields, as well as general PPE investment for the disinfection of the buses, as well as masks, gloves, and other necessities required for safely operating transit in light of the pandemic. No county match is required for this funding, and we are asking for the court's favorable consideration. Now I'm available to take any questions that the court may have.
Thank you, Jose. I think the timing is just amazing for the things, we're trying to reach for vaccinations and provide transportation for testing in these areas. So incredible timing for this. So move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Holguín.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Great. Thank you, Judge Commissioners. Hope you have a great rest of the week and a safe evening. Thank you.
Likewise, Jose, thank you for everything.
We have two more items. Item number 31E from executive session. Discuss financial information and economic development negotiations received regarding a Chapter 381 agreement with Project Bree Marie, a private business prospect pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.087. And item number 32 from regular session. Discuss and take appropriate action regarding El Paso County's federal nomination. Excuse me, I'm sorry, it was just item 31E. We'd like to ask for a motion to postpone item 31E for 1 week.
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Holguin,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Caesar, we do have item number 32, but I believe there will be no action.
Okay. Item number 32 from regular session, discuss and take appropriate action regarding El Paso County's federal nomination package for the Downtown Historic District. And that will be a no action item. And that completes all the items on our agenda today.
Well, thank you, Caesar, and everybody else, Miguel and Alexis, and everybody supporting this Commissioner's Court. So wish all of you a vaccine-driven distribution week. Whatever you could do to, most important thing that we could do is support it and see how we could keep things moving forward. So to our community, a little bit of patience, but we understand it's a difficult thing to wait for something. It could be such a response and help for our critical situation. So you guys have a great week. Hope to see you throughout the week. Thank you.
You too. Thank you, everybody.
Meeting adjourned. Thank you.
Aye.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
This concludes today's meeting at 3:49 p.m.